Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we kick off another week of action here at Belmont at the Big A. Sun is shining, and we are closing in about 10 minutes to post in our first race of the afternoon at Belmont at the Big A. Great Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to be with you, and we'll get to the big news, I guess, of the middle jewel of the Triple Crown that was just announced.
Yeah, apparently Golden Tempo is not going to contest the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. And might, in retrospect, be the best race that horse has a chance to win going forward. Apparently nobody can hear me.
All right, we'll pick up Andy in a moment. But yeah, Golden Tempo connections have decided to pass on the Preakness and waited out until the third and final leg of the Triple Crown, Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. That'll be on June 6th, so no Derby winner in this year's Preakness.
Looking like a lot of pace in the Preakness, and Golden Tempo's a horse that's going to benefit from a lot of pace. And while he'd run well in some other races, one of the problems in his races had been he hadn't gotten much pace. Well, he got as much pace as a horse could want in the Kentucky Derby, and another terrific ride by Jose Ortiz getting it done, and, you know, a huge win for this horse. He'll never take away a Derby win, whatever the horse does going forward. You and I don't understand this whole skipping the Preakness thing. You go back even in recent history, Funny Side, Fleet Alex, Smarty Jones, I'll Have Another. All of those horses arguably ran the best races of their careers when they ran the Preakness.
Improving off a Derby performance 2 weeks later.
Right,
yeah.
So I think it's become a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy of this handling of horses. And listen, people should handle their horses the way they see best. And the last thing I'm doing is saying that I'm a better trainer than Cherie DeVoe, because I'm not. I'm not even a trainer, and she's a terrific trainer. Having said that, I don't quite understand the thinking.
The facts bear it out, though.
Yeah, the facts are that horses come back and they run very well in the Preakness in subsequent starts. They're not going to run well if they don't run. We'll see. I don't believe the Triple Crown should ever be changed. I don't think you should change something like that. It works. Why are we changing something that works? People say, well, it's not working, people aren't running back. People are making decisions not to run back. That doesn't mean the Triple Crown itself doesn't work.
Yeah, I agree on that count. You saw quickly there what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Racing from Belmont at the Big A, of course, we have Horseshoe Indie. They are just a little over an hour into their opening race on the card. We'll get to Rachel McLaughlin in just a little bit. You can play all the action, of course, right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and you get a $25 free Preakness bet with that code at sign up, Preak25. That's in addition to the $200 new customer deposit match bonus at NairaBets.com. So the opener, 7 furlongs, starter optional claiming field, and the 4-5 favorite, Coquito, ran a huge effort. It was only 2 rivals that she faced last time out, but she dusted them. And runners moving to the Stephen Shower barn, fairly new last couple of years from limited starters. He's had a knack of moving runners up.
He has this horse, but it's not as though even before Stephen had this horse, but also for him, I think both of her starts are good enough to win this race. And the question really becomes whether or not you like this horse more logically. You can take anybody you want in the race, or the other horse taking Money Despo's Dream on the outside, who I prefer dropping down for Linda Rice. But there's no question Coquito comes in this race in better form than Despo's Dream.
9 3/4 length win. Again, those 2 in the back of your screen, those were the only 2 rivals in the field. But a career best performance from this 5-year-old mare in the second start in the Stephen Shower barn since he had claimed her back on March 12th. There she is. She is 4-5 as we approach the 5-minute mark to post here for this opener, kicking off this Pick 5 pool, which is approaching $200,000. And here's the look of the 5 Jackie the Joker. Brings some speed to the party, a 10-time winner for Jimmy Ferraro.
Well, you know, one of the reasons that I chose this replay to show on a horse who's the 3rd choice right now, and she is a lot of speed, and she does project to be the controlling speed in here, was these videos were sent in last Friday when we drew this card, Friday night. And at that point, there was expected to be an enormous amount of rain yesterday into this morning. So it felt like there was a real chance we'd be off the turf and sloppy. Well, fortunately, neither of those things happened, and we're fast and firm. She is better on a wet track. Not that she can't run okay on dry tracks, but she's a better horse on wet tracks, and I thought she'd be a bigger player if we caught a wet track.
Riders up, and there is Ricardo Santana Jr. hopping aboard Jackie the Joker. And there's Flavien Prat, reigning two-time Eclipse Award-winning rider on Despo's Dream, who is the main contender to the 4-5 favorite. So it's inside, outside, top two choices on the board. Look, Despo's Dream has certainly several races competitive with this one if Kakito does not run that last race.
I agree. Kakito runs the last race. She's probably going to beat Despo's Dream, but I'm going to take the optimistic point on the 6.
28-1 next door. Here's Troubled Luck. Raylu Gutierrez rides.
Just doesn't seem like her recent form is good enough to be a major player in this race.
Just claimed a 10-time winner, 5-year-old mare Floge.
You know, she's been running at the bottom level, and I respect Antonio Arriago. Does very good work when he takes over the training horses. But she's running at the bottom level, and Kakito and Despo's Dream have been running against better horses.
There's Curlin's Magic. Javier Castellano aboard.
Disappointing loss last time to Whistler's Style at 3-5 for a trainer whose barn has not been on fire in New York recently.
There's Ricardo Santana Jr. on Jackie the Joker.
Job is easy for Ricardo. Break and go to the front and hope she can run well from there.
And Pratt for Linda Rice on Despo's Dream.
And I think she's a major danger, the favorite. And I wonder if by post time, especially with Flavien Redding, if you'll see these two horses converge a bit in their odds.
4 minutes to post. In the opener, it's Maggie Wolfendale time. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg. Glorious day, in fact, here at the Big A as we have sunshine, light breeze, kind of a typical May spring day here. And as you said, Andy, a fast track to kick things off. And we begin with the rail runner, your favorite, Coquito. And she is one that, you know, judging her physically, in the past, I've had my question marks about how well she's kind of doing behind. Doesn't really, you know, carry that much muscle mass behind the saddle at times, or does it move that fluidly with her push from her hind end. But all of that is gone. This gal, she looks so strong behind the saddle now, and she really kind of moved nicely in the warm-up beneath Manny Franco. My problem is the distance. I think she is a better horse when she gets out, gets into a comfortable rhythm, / the distance in addition to her post position. Now we know Manny can be aggressive, but I just think Jackie the Joker is more naturally faster than her. So I just feel as though her job doesn't get any easier today as opposed to last time, you know, facing those two other rivals and kind of having a waltz in the park going a mile. Next, we'll move on to said speed horse, Jackie the Joker, who I got a lot of love for. She's run a lot. She's been around here for a long time now. Jimmy Ferraro seems to do great work with her. He has reclaimed her several times. Ricardo Santana seems to get along with her well too. But I saw the same thing as Andy. If the track was wet, as you know, it kind of projected to be, I would have liked her a lot more, given the fact that I do think she has two tough rivals that bookend the field. I will say, though, she's got a little bit of, you know, the spring-summer look going on now. She's kind of shed that long, wintry drab coat. Dapples are coming through, so she's hinting at doing well, at least, coming into this effort. I, however, did land on Despo's Dream. I just thought she probably projected to get the best trip of any of these in here. Last time she was kind of chasing out very wide, and she does get the services of Flavien Prat aboard. She was a reclaim for Linda that, you know, it really felt like early on in her career she kind of frustrated Linda when she originally had her, and then as she's gotten older, she's just figured out how to be a bit better of a racehorse. That happens. That's why often patience is the name of the game when it comes to, you know, owning, training, even breeding horses. So she really looks the picture here. It's just really well muscled for Linda, your typical good feeling, good doing Linda Rice horse. I'm going to take her as your second choice, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Minute to post coming up, 3-5 now. Everyone seeming to believe that Kakito is now the horse we've seen only once in her career, the horse we saw last time.
It's funny, you know, this was, I mean, we have the best morning line maker, and I thought if I was going to criticize his line, because he had Coquito even money and the 6, it's 2-1, he had 7-5. I thought if anything, he could have been wrong that Despo's Dream would be favored. I am very surprised that there continues to be this big a gap. Now, there's still a few minutes until the race is run, so perhaps the 6 will come down. I figure with the Flavien Prat factor alone, but to be fair, 3-horse field or not, Coquito's last race was very good. I'm not denying. If Coquito runs the last race, she's going to be very, very hard to beat in here. But I'll take Despo's Dream on the drop down for Linda, even though her form has not been that good. But she was losing to better horses, including Blam's Bliss Kiss.
It was the best race of her career, and it was, what, 20 days ago?
But it's a 3-horse field. I just am not ready to accept at face value the best race run against 2 overmatched rivals at 16 cents the dollar. Not to say that she can't win, because of course she can win this race. It'd be foolish to say, and she is the horse to beat. I just prefer the 6. The 6 is a little chilly. But, you know, I don't know. We've seen Linda Rice horses win when they seem a little chilly. She has so many good races going back, but maybe she's just past her best races. Though I will say Linda is the first trainer I saw. I saw Rudy shortly thereafter in the downstairs. When we ran
find that
Linda.
meaningful.
Walking up here, I ran into her. So that could be very an important angle. And she now goes to 9-5. I'm just surprised there's as big a gap between these two.
Yeah, back to 3-5 on Coquito, Manny Franco, Steven Schauer.
4-5, yeah.
Claim this one again. Back on March the 12th, coming off a career best performance. We kick off this Thursday card. Belmont of the Big A with his starter optional claiming 7/8 sprint. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Jackie the Joker. Despo's Dream. All set for the opener. And they're off. Troubled Luck is asked for early speed. Will get the first call, is now ahead in front. Despo's Dream is towards the outside. Mild Pressure is really sent along as Troubled Luck, but quickest is Jackie the Joker. Jackie the Joker from in between horses, splits rivals, takes the advantage, is up by a half length. Despo's Dream is now closer, is to the outside in second, and Troubled Luck is back to third. Coquito and Manny Franco moved off the rail, center of the racetrack, and progressing nicely, 23.39 for the opening quarter mile. The 2 at the back, that's Curlin's Magic with the trailer. Floge. They approach 4 furlongs left to go, and they work into the far turn. Jackie the Joker, the speedy Jackie the Joker with a head advantage. Despo's Dream has been there throughout, is now ranging up on that leader. Coquito is asked to do more, is in third while wide. Down to the inside is Troubled Luck. From the back, here comes Curlin's Magic, and the trailer, Floge. 47.17, the half-mile time. Despo's Dream with a nose in front. Coquito is to the outside center of the racetrack and now catching with every stride. It's Despo's Dream who battles on. Coquito is trying to push on by, but it's a stubborn foe towards the inside. Despo's Dream is going to make Coquito work for it. With a furlong left to go, these two have a stretch-long battle ahead. To the outside, it's Coquito. To the inside, Despo's Dream. Noses apart, back and forth here in the opener. A nice race on. It's going to be a photo. Despo's Dream to the inside. To the outside, Coquito. Then came Curlin's Magic and Floge.
Despo's Dream, it's Pratt for Linda Rice, and a long stretch duel between the top 2 choices on the board.
You started the day off with a lower level claiming race, and it's about as exciting as a race can get. Despo's Dream did get her head in front and probably won by a full head in this race, but a terrific battle between these 2 horses. Coquito ran a race. I think Despo's Dream got back to some of her better races. Coquito doesn't seem like she took a step backwards, and just a terrific battle between these 2. And I think, you know, one of the differences that Flavian can make is his aggressive style. Now, you want to argue, was he a little too close in the Derby? Yes. But overall, being aggressive is something that's helped him a great deal. You look at the time form pace projector, which I look at, and listen, it's not written in stone. But this horse, the 6, was projected to be last. So she doesn't really have the speed to stay up. And yet Flavian made sure that he was in the race. That's the way he rides, and that's one of the reasons successful as he is.
9-5 over 3-5. Over 12-1 in here. 6-1, 4-3 finish. It's Pratt for Linda Rice, out dueling Manny Franco, and the odds-on favorite Coquito here to kick off this Thursday card on our Fox Sports 2 action from Belmont at the Big A. What a start to things. We'll get to race 2 when we come back. We'll look ahead to the weekend as well, and the Grade 3 Peter Pan stepping stone to the Belmont and Growth Equity coming off a big maiden win. You make history, and this is well-deserved. Cherie DeVoe, first female trainer to win a Kentucky Derby, showing up with the winning pilot, Jose Ortiz. Connections to Golden Tempo, throwing out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium.
All right, I got a bone to pick right away with Jose.
Let's see the form.
I always thought Jose was a Mets fan.
That was a strike from Ortiz.
You know, Cherie did pretty well there too. You know, that was pretty good. I don't love Jose wearing that Yankees jersey. I'm gonna check with him. I thought he was a Mets fan. Weren't they friends with the closer who went to the Dodgers, Diaz?
Okay, but you're going to turn down an opportunity to throw out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium?
Well, I would run from an opportunity to throw out a first pitch because I'd make a fool of myself. But having said that, no, of course he should do that.
Doing it for the good of the game.
Of course he should.
Good of the sport.
Of course, it's fun. No, I'm only kidding anyway. I agree. Listen, Dave O'Rourke, our president, came up. He threw out the first pitch at Fenway. And by the way, he embarrassed the two of them. Dave threw a true strike. We might have shown that. But Dave, he has a Red Sox jersey. He's a diehard Yankee fan.
Speaking of throwing out a first pitch, and obviously the big news, Golden Tempo not going on to the Preakness, going to wait it out and go to the Belmont Stakes instead. That'll be June 6th, final Belmont Stakes at Saratoga before we head back to the new reimagined Belmont Park. Nolan Ryan, 63 years old. He could probably still pitch in the majors. Just threw out a first pitch that he looks like the same Nolan Ryan from 25 years ago.
Greg, Nolan Ryan's not 63. I'm 63. Nolan Ryan was pitching in the majors.
No, I'm talking about when he was 63.
When he was 60?
Yeah.
They said Koufax could still throw fast when he was old. Nolan Ryan, he could probably still. Is Nolan Ryan still alive? He's still alive, right? He could probably.
Despo's Dream.
Throw a pitch.
Linda Rice with the slight upset win here.
Yes. Terrific stretch drive though. Manny and Flavia throwing it down with Lane. Despo's Dream gets it done, but really fun race.
Good battle between two of the top riders on the circuit. Of course, Pratt at the top of his game. Hard man to get by. And it just looked like Akito. We talked about it before we got there as you see the finish. You said, well, Despo's Dream's going a little bit easier, and it really was. I mean, Manny was working hard on Kikito, but Kikito was sitting in the perfect spot. Having done all that work, Despo's Dream's still able to hang on.
Yeah, it's funny because we were talking about who you like the position. I agreed with you. You know, you sort of like that other starting position, but Despo's Dream did look showing better. But you said to me before the 8th bowl, she's never getting by, and you were right.
Race 2, mile and 3/16 over the outer turf, allowance optional claiming race and integration. Multiple graded stakes winner, grade 1 placed. Second start back now of the 6-year-old campaign for Shug McGahee.
And a grade 1 winner in Carson's Run, who opened the favorite. He will be third choice by post time. The question with both of these horses, I think it's an important race for both Integration and Carson Run. Can they get back to their better races? You like Integration's last race more than I did at Keeneland. Felt it wasn't a step back. I was concerned that a 6-year-old who's had a lot of issues that have kept his career somewhat abbreviated. But there's no question, if the best of these horses, all of them show up, Integration's going to win this race because he has quite a few, more than several races that would beat this field.
Yeah.
But I'm taking the up-and-comer in risk tolerance.
Massive class edge, but yeah, risk tolerance, 5-year-old who, raced 2 back. That would put this one in contention, certainly. Peter Pan, always a fun race here on the New York circuit and can provide little insight to who may show up at that third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Happens on Saturday, mile and an eighth, grade 3. And we talked about going to break, Growth Equity. More from that arsenal of Chad Brown coming off a maiden win back on March 20th at a mile at Aqueduct.
Atino's not making the race for Chad. Tariff Mindset not making the race for Chad, so Growth Equity has ended up running in here. And this is maiden win a smaller field, but a very legit 89 buyer speed figure, which is the fastest figure anyone in here has run. Now, he doesn't have the experience. You've got Talk to Me Jimmy as well as Trendsetter and the Rail. Both of them have stake wins in recent races. Growth Equity does not, but he's got a lot of upside, and he'll probably be the favorite, I think.
I would think so, with that 89 buyer he ran in this race.
The morning line's
pretty
out
impressive.
Yet, I would imagine the favorite.
You do have the Withers winner, but even that Withers win, that was slower than this, and disappointed, obviously, in the Wood.
Yeah, Talk to Me Jimmy scares me, though. Pace was fast in the Wood. It's not going to be as fast here. I think he's a threat, and I don't know who Trendsetter is, you know? I mean, just based on Trendsetter's last race in Lexington, he's very close to, if not the horse to beat. But it's so dichotomous. Every other race he's ever run, Greg.
That's why he was 32-1. This race, I don't know. I went back. You try and find reasons to look at a horse and why you should have played him. I feel like he shouldn't have been 32-1, and he was overlooked. But I didn't see that really going into the race.
10-1. He should have been, 18-1.
He was interesting. Obviously, he ran the race of his life to run this performance. But yeah, now can he do it again? And can he do it at a mile and an eighth here in New York?
And I think the Connections want to find out the same thing that we do. I mean, it's not as though Connections don't have some questions as well. I mean, you own the horse, you're thinking, I want him to run that kind of race. And we've seen a lot of horses come out of this race and do well. Coastal won this race by 11 lengths and ran a huge figure. And I declared to my math teacher, Greg Petray, that Coastal was going to beat Spectacular Bid, and he ignored me. And then when I came back to class on Monday, he said, I bet Coastal, but not because you liked him, but Russ Harris picked him in the Daily News. I've held a grudge against him forever. He was the voice of the Adirondack Red Wings, as a matter of fact, Greg.
Really?
Yes, he was. The voice of the, yes. And he used to call the Saratoga basketball games, and when he'd have a confliction, he asked me to call them, and that's my first broadcasting.
You're talking about
Saratoga High
the
basketball
jockey trainer.
Games.
Oh,
no, I'm saying my math teacher, Greg.
Okay.
Trey.
Well,
yeah.
This is right around the corner, and this is where Golden Tempo is going next. Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, your final chance to witness the third and final leg of the Triple Crown at historic Saratoga.
One thing, and our boss, Tony Alvaro, says this, but he's right. The Derby winner's the Derby winner forever. And every time the Derby winner shows up, he's the big story. It doesn't matter what happens,
Not
whether
if
he
Crude
loses.
Velocity shows up.
But you know what I'm saying.
I know what you mean. I know
the
what you
Derby
mean.
winner from now on, Cherie DeVoe can answer yes to that question when somebody says, oh, have you ever won a Kentucky
What an
Derby?
achievement.
Yep.
It's incredible. We're winding things down, sadly, here at Aqueduct. We're excited about the future, but we'll be sad to see the Big A go. We're going to have a big goodbye. We'll have more on that when we come back.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
an Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1, Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube. Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Going to be bringing you plenty more historical pieces here on the Big A and what a special place it has been in this sport as we say our final goodbyes here into this last meet that will ever take place here at the Big A. And going to close things down on June 28th, our final goodbye, where you could take home a piece of the racetrack.
I am going to have some rum. I don't drink when I'm working, but I'm going to make an exception the second to last day here. And I love that, the jar of the track surface. I love that for the first 1,000 fans. I think that's really cool. I think people are going to really like that. I think that's a very neat memento of Aqueduct. First time I came to Aqueduct in 1974, 38,000 plus here. That was the usual.
So first of all, I got to get that dirt because I have a little piece of cloth from Pope John Paul, and I can put them right next to each other.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you get that?
My grandma got it for me.
Do you not want to tell the story? Is something you snuck in the Vatican when nobody was looking?
I did not. Someone gave it to me at my grandma.
Likely story.
Race 2, pick 4. Coming up, let's go down to Maggie.
Very interesting mementos, Greg, and I'm hoping that maybe we can do the Mount Gay rum tasting, kind of like a wine tasting, swish it and spit. Anyway, it'll be so much fun the closing weekend here at the Big A as we'll take a look here at 2 runners coming back, and you know this is a quasi second level allowance in that they put a date in it, so horses that have run and won in some graded stakes can participate, which I'm sure precluded some other people from entering. They're true second level allowance horses, as we'll take a look here at the inside runner Integration, who was, you know, I think kind of against it from a dynamics standpoint in hindsight in his last race there at Keeneland, his first start of his 6-year-old season, in which Dresden Rowe and Theismann, they kind of ran 1-2 around the racetrack in reverse order, if you will. And Integration, he kind of broke well, and then he got steadied back, and he was chasing between horses mid-pack. He even lost ground around the second, and once he kind of got outside, he did finish and run on mildly. It just wasn't enough. Now he has that start under his belt. He does look incredibly fit here for Shig McGahey, and it's the same Integration that I've seen in the past. He's always a horse that is very laid back in the paddock, paints a lovely picture physically. In fact, he actually blows up a little bit more once he gets the tack on him, but also a horse that handles a bit of give in the ground if there really is any kind of juice in the ground whatsoever with the minimal rain that we had last night in the area. Moving on to Carson's Run, who is making his second start back now as a 5-year-old. You know, he's a horse that's a little bit funny with his head, I find, or his mouth. He does run in, you know, fairly typical equipment. He has a ring bit on, so obviously he's a horse that once upon a time did blow the final turn, so maybe some steering needs to be leveraged with him. He's fairly spunky here in the paddock too, and I swear each year that goes by that he comes back, he grows and fills out. He really looks resplendent here in the paddock as he's coming off of a try going a mile at the end of March in that Appleton, in which it was a slow pace. And, Quattrocento was a heavy favorite, and he got to dictate things on the front end. And that has been the Achilles heel of Carson's run in his last 3 efforts, obviously wired by his stablemate, Deterministic, in his 2 starts last year. So he is somewhat pace compromised. I feel like, again, it's a short field. Who really goes to the lead here as I get it back to you guys? And does that hurt a horse like Carson's run?
I think there's 2 excellent points Maggie made. The first one being, we did have a little bit of rain. It's not like the horses were super firm to begin with, though it was pretty warm here on Tuesday. And so it's a good point by Maggie making that while it's listed as firm, she's suggesting, and I think she's probably right, there could be some give in the ground. The other one is the complete and utter lack of pace in this race, and that's the reason a long shot like the 5, Big Blue Line, could have a bit of a look more than others in here. It's a hard thing to say. I mean, here's how little pace there is in the race. The pace projector puts risk tolerance second in this race. Knowing Flavian Pratt, he could be in front.
Yes, no
and
question.
That could be, a difference maker. But Maggie's absolutely right. There is no pace whatsoever signed on in this race.
Yeah, this could be a crawl early.
I'm glad she brought that up because she's 100% right, and we would have been remiss if we hadn't thought of it. So Maggie, as usual,
Still,
more alert
who
than
do
we
you
are.
trust to be mowing them down late in this race?
Well, I don't trust any. Honestly, I trust the risk tolerance will run his race. Whether or not it's not good enough to beat the 1 or even the 4 if they ran their best races. I don't trust Integration at all, but he has the horse to beat.
Ford would say much the horse to beat, 3-5.
Well, he made the 1 3-5 in the last race, and it should have been much closer.
Different scenario, though. This horse has the resume.
This is a Grade 1. This is legitimate in America, a legitimate American Grade 1 stakes quality horse.
Here's a Bourbon for Toby at 11-1.
He's a really cool horse, and, you always like seeing him run and remembering Toby Sheets, who he's named for. Just don't know if he's quite good enough to beat these, but he's improving.
Klarovich Silks, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, risk tolerance.
I'm going to take an optimistic viewpoint, but he better run well today.
Carson's run, his last 2, leaving a lot to be desired.
He just hasn't been able to find his good form as a 3-year-old.
And that Big Blue Line, biggest price on the board.
He's the potential speed. He's handled the turf before. He's obviously not good enough to win this race. From a dynamic standpoint, it's possible he'll have a real tactical advantage. And then let me say one other thing about Bourbon for Toby. Tom Morley is not a trainer who cranks horses up off a layoff. And I know he won in a big blanket photo, but the fact that he ran as well as he did in his race off a layoff, I think is a good sign for a horse who has run some decent figures. I don't think he's good enough to win this race for Toby, but I bet he improves this year.
Well, back to the 3-5 favorite. So there's Integration, over $1.7 million in earnings. Multiple graded stakes winner. Let's go back to the Manhattan 3 starts ago, and he just missed against Deterministic.
Yeah, and of course the connections were, I understand. If he was my horse, I'd say if this race had been the original distance, 1 3/16 to a 1 1/4 run in New York, he would have won. The race would have been run a little differently if it was, but I could understand the frustration. And listen, the good Integration is too good for these horses. You thought his last race was better than I did. If you're right, then he's going to win today. But if I'm right, then I'm not sure he's going to win today.
I mean, a jump past that wire.
No,
he was in front.
He was flying at the end. He ran very, very well that day.
3-5, John Velasquez for Shug McGahee. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at number 3 in here, risk tolerance. And I literally saw the same thing as what Andy said when I threw it back to him, because I thought risk tolerance, given the fact that he's coming out of shorter races, his first try, going 1 3/16 here today, and the fact that Flavian Pratt's aboard just says to me that this guy is going to be forward. And furthermore, he's more inside than the potential other speed horse in number 5, Big Blue Line, whom I get why he could be in front here, but he sure isn't acting like a horse that's going to be in front. I know, in these short fields, the longest shot generally does go out to the lead, but I feel like Flavian's going to really put risk tolerance in the game. And as far as him handling this distance for the first time, I know he's a Kingman, that generally speaking, his progeny are best around a mile, but that also kind of spills over into European racing. He's not your typical Kingman either. Yes, as far as, the plain brown paper wrapping. He is, but there's a lot of size. There's a lot more leg to risk tolerance than some of the other Kingmans I see, and a lot more scope to his frame. So I think he could very well handle this distance. He's second off of a little bit of a layoff, if you will, already having 2 starts here in 2026, and just looks really fit, really vascular overall. I do like what I'm seeing from him. Flavien took him away from the pony immediately, kind of getting his blood up. He kind of already had that appearance in the paddock too. So I'm going to take a shot with him, just given the projected dynamics of this race, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you.
And keep in mind, this race is a prep for the Manhattan, right? Which is 30 days away.
Yeah.
And, I mean, any integration,
Your defending champ will be
certainly
there.
Carson's run has the credentials going back, and we're taking a look. This is Risk Tolerance's race 2 back, where he was so much the best. It was sort of sad. Mibago, who's only really run well at Gulfstream, a very speedy type horse for Mark Casse, got to the front, was able to control. This was Pegasus Day, and he made this crazy run from all the way back at last, coming into the stretch to almost win the race. This is a very big effort. He was disappointing at Keeneland last time. I'm not going to deny it. Maybe he just didn't handle things at Keeneland as much, but I'm hoping he can take that step forward. And I am suspect of integration, but I'm with Maggie and Risk Tolerance. I can't believe he's going to really be 5-2 Risk Tolerance. I believe by post time he's probably going to go down to closer to 7-5, but maybe I'm wrong.
In terms of integration's last race,
I thought Maggie said she liked the 3. To check that.
in terms of integration's last race, why did it make you such a doubter on his ability?
I don't think he did any running at all. I thought he just sort of ran in place the whole way. I think those horses are inferior to these. I didn't think it was a very good field. I thought he should have won. Now you can say, okay, he's coming off an 8-month layoff. A horse like he is still supposed to win. And Maggie does like the 3. Is still supposed to win. Now the argument, the counter argument is, well, he had been off 8 months. He's getting older. Probably need to stretch his legs. Okay, that's fine. My worry with him is he's always been a horse that's had gaps. He didn't start his career till his 3-year-old season, late in his 3-year-old season. He's had plenty of gaps throughout his career. And sometimes those horses, the issues just eventually catch up to him, and they're just not the same horse anymore. And to me, his last race, the figures you look at has him fast enough. First of all, I am always skeptical in general of speed figures on the turf.
Yeah,
I don't think he did any running
true.
in that race. I just don't think he did any running. It's not the integration we once knew. Maybe he'll be at that horse today.
Would you think not just obviously second off the bench is going to help this 6-year-old?
It should.
Getting a little more ground, though, would too, no? Or not necessarily?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's run well enough at the short distance. He's definitely not going to be hurt by more ground. I'm not in any way going to argue that. But he has run well enough in shorter distance races that I thought his last race was just not a very good effort for him, for a horse that has run well fresh in the past.
Well, again, if we see some of these faces show up in the Manhattan, which is very likely, the winner from last year, Deterministic, will be waiting for them. That is his next target off that Fort Marcy victory on the front end.
And that horse, that New York bred, I forget his name. He won at Churchill. He had a pretty good race. Rhetorical. I'm kidding, I forgot his name.
New York bred.
I mean, Rhetorical is going to be favored even at a longer distance based on his race in the Turf
Yes,
Classic at Churchill, where he
107 Buyer's
humiliated
speed
his
figure.
competition.
Incredible for Will Walden.
It's a different situation. He's not going to control with Deterministic. Go ahead.
No, you say New York bred. It was last summer. We were saying, oh, yeah, this is New York bred. What, he's stepping up into this kind of company? And now,
I always remember
he's
when
who
he won
is.
his debut in Saratoga, and Andy Beyer texted me and said, they should bring that horse over the Arc. He was kidding, but he was sort of not completely kidding in the sense that how good he really was, and turned out to be a grade 1 horse. As you see, the odds have come down quite a bit on number 3, Risk Tolerance.
4-5 integration, multiple graded stakes winner. West Point Thoroughbreds, Woodford Racing, Shug McGahee, and John Velasquez from the rail. Second start back of his 6-year-old campaign. Here's race 2, Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin the call.
And long shot, big blue line. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Integration with a slight bobble shortly after the start. Risk Tolerance is forwardly placed, but now the long shot in big blue line will sprint clear. Big Blue Line. Jamie Rodriguez will show the way, gets rail position, is pumped up, now 3 lengths in front of Risk Tolerance. Flavien Prat is going to stalk from second. Carson's Run is in the 2 path to the outside of Integration, and a Bourbon for Toby as they back off the paces, running up on heels, and they work into that turn. The leader, Big Blue Line, 23-4, the posted opening quarter mile, is up by a length and a half. Risk Tolerance moves in closer, is still a lone second, just doing it all on his own. Moves up towards the outside to now challenge that leader as they work to the backstretch. Just in behind them, a ground-saving journey. John Velasquez in Integration is there with Carson's Run and Dylan Davis. They travel as a pair. And just as I say that, Carson's Run put a nose back in front. The trailer, a Bourbon for Toby. 48.56 for the half-mile time. Big Blue Line trying to pull off the big upset. To the outside, Risk Tolerance is still waiting patiently for the cue, is just letting that leader press on. Honest Fractions up top for Big Blue Line, less than a half mile to go, and they work into the far turn. Integration, no move yet, is now that challenging third to the inside of Carson's Run, and the trailer, a Bourbon for Toby. They're well into the far turn now, and they turn up the pressure. Risk Tolerance is ranging up to the outside of Big Blue Line, still with the nose in front. Integration has asked for his full effort, is trying to make up some ground in third, is all in. To the outside, Carson's Run, and ground saving a Bourbon for Toby is in behind horses. They reach the top of the lane. Risk Tolerance with the advantage. Integration starts to find that kick, and here's Integration to the outside of Risk Tolerance. These two to decide it as they approach the final 16th. Integration is pushed on by, puts a nose in front. Integration will win it. Integration over Risk Tolerance and a Bourbon for Toby and Carson's Run.
Integration picks up the 6th win of his career and wins for the first time as a 6-year-old here in his 2nd start back.
And you were right, Greg. He's just a little too good for these horses. Risk Tolerance ran very well in defeat, but Integration just gobbled him up. Yeah, Integration saved the ground and angled out, and if you want to argue, he had a slightly better trip, but he was just the best horse in the race going in, and he got it done. Risk Tolerance ran fine, but Integration was best.
So picks up the victory at 4-5 here.
And I think one thing that both Maggie and I learned, I don't know if there's much given this ground because that comes up a pretty quick time. These are good horses and they beat the rest of the field. Greg's looking at the track record. Well, I'll say a couple of things.
They don't run it a lot.
I'm going to say we've probably run about 3 races at 1 mile and 3/16 on the outer turf course we've only had for a few years. We don't run it too often. These are probably the best horses ever tried the distance up here. And they're pretty good horses. They ran away from the rest of the field.
1, 3, 2, 4. Integration and odds on. John Velasquez against Shug McGahee. And Integration back to getting his picture taken here as a 6-year-old. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have a preview of Saturday's Ruffian. When we return, we have a loaded lineup this Saturday. We hope you join us. Stay with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. The class prevails here in race 2. Integration back to the winner's circle. Shug McGahee, West Point Thoroughbreds, Woodford Racing, and John Velasquez aboard.
Yeah, got a good trip, but he got it done, and he ran well to do it, and showing that he still has some good form. Whether or not he can take that step forward and be effective in the Manhattan remains to be seen, but for the connections, at least they're showing there's still some life left in the guy, and ran pretty well here to get it done.
This will be the distance of the Manhattan this year, correct?
It will be a mile and 3/16. So the reason it was a mile and 1/8 last year was that crazy amount of weather we got with the turf courses, and the course we ran it on could only run a mile and 1/8, but we can run a mile and 3/16 in Saratoga. Belmont will be back to a mile and a quarter.
So, would love to see him show up. We know that's the plan for Deterministic, who won the race last year. We will see what happens. We'll get to race 3 coming up momentarily. About 22 minutes to post at Horseshoe Indie. We're going to check in with Rachel McLaughlin here in just a moment. There we go. $3.90 for the victory for Integration. Risk tolerance, bourbon for Toby. Complete that trifecta. Modest return.
Not a terrible exacta, considering these two horses.
Yeah.
I mean, 7:34, not so bad.
Pick 6 starts in race 3. Then we go even longer. Mile and 3/8 on the lawn in this allowance optional claiming field.
Pay no attention to that first flash.
No.
Bears no semblance to what the odds are going to be, where better lucky than good is going to be favored. Well, it's between that horse and Budawit. I shouldn't say it. They'll be dueling favoritism based on doubles.
Yeah, 2 and the 6 are going to take the majority of play. We'll have more on that third race coming up again. That's going to kick off the pick 6 on this Thursday card. Now 21 minutes away from Horseshoe Indie. And we're going to get out there right now as they have a maiden special weight at 5 furlongs to kick things off for 2-year-olds and get the scoop on what to expect this afternoon from Rachel McLaughlin. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, guys. It's nice to be back with you today. We've got a lot of nice horses here today going postward. We just had a couple races scratch down today. The 6 kind of got decimated, but we've got plenty of other races that stuck together. Just want to give you guys a little bit of info on Indiana racing. If you don't follow us every day, we definitely have some repeat winners coming back from last year. 2025 Randy Klopp and Fernando de la Cruz got off to a really hot start, and it was the exact same thing here in 2026. Klopp and Fernando went 5 for 10 in the first, I think, 3 or 4 days of racing. So you definitely want to keep their names on your tab. We also had some jockeys that had doubles yesterday. We had Marcelino Pedroza, Evan Roman, and Jaime Torres score. As far as this track right now, though, we had a lot of rain in the last couple days. It was good this morning, but they worked their tails off on it. It looks wonderful, and we are now rated fast for post time, which is going to be here a little bit after 2 o'clock. I went downstairs, you guys, and I talked to some people about these horses, and I did get to talk to Hector Rodriguez, who is Steve Asmussen's assistant here in Indiana, and he said this is a feisty guy, the 4, Jack's Back, who he has Joe Ramos aboard. I was looking at him in the paddock. He looks like a lot to handle, you guys. Back in the barn, he was kind of biting at the rope. He was actually working in company as well with Booked, who got second his first time out at Churchill. So they have been working in company together with him, so I saw that as a good sign. And then Ray Hernandez said his 2 horses, which is the 1, Tio Colocho, and the 3, Grandes Sueños. I'm testing my Spanish there, my Espanol. And those 2 he thinks are going to improve off of their last effort. So those are my thoughts here in the opener at Horseshoe Indie. I'm so glad to be back with you guys. We're excited to be covering some of our races with you this meet and again in the fall. So happy to be back with you guys today.
Yeah, good to see you again, Rachel. We appreciate it. We'll hear a lot more from you over the next couple of hours on the program. First crop of Jack Christopher coming up in this first from Horseshoe Indie. Jack's Back, first timer by Jack Christopher, Grade 1 winner.
3 of the horses in this race, actually 3 different sires for 4 of them are all first-year sires. Jack Christopher, Nashville, that incredibly fast horse who a lot of people won't believe was actually favored over Charlatan in the Malibu. I don't think he ever ran again after the Malibu. Even you look and a sire that I'm interested in, highly motivated. who's a half to Ways and Means,
Yeah.
who's a new stallion. I like Grande Sueños. I'm going to bet on the 3, Grande Sueños.
As a race under the belt
Yep.
for Ray Hernandez. So this race about 18 minutes away. This opener Horseshoe Indie coming up this weekend. Not just the Peter Pan. Grade 2 Ruffian fillies and mares in race 7. 1 turn mile, 4:09 Eastern start time. Going to break, we mentioned inefficiency, or we showed you inefficiency anyway. She comes in undefeated, untested though. This will be her stakes debut. Coming up, Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavian Pratt.
She was impressive, breaking her maiden first time out in the slop. Came back on a fast track, was even more impressive. We'll see if she can take this step forward in here, and she's going to have trouble if Unomia, the morning line 6-5 favorite, runs back to a race just 3 weeks ago in the Double Dog Dare. But inefficiency so far has been a facile winner of both her starts, but she is definitely meeting a much tougher horse than she's faced before.
Yeah, but all the upside in the world with the way she's started her career, 2 wins by more than 12 lengths combined. Pratt aboard for that second win last time out. She's done on a sloppy track, now a fast track, both at this mile distance. Meanwhile, the one you had just mentioned for Saffie Joseph Jr., 4-time winner, putting a stakes win Colonial 2 back and ran big in defeat in the Grade 2 Double Dog Dare at Keeneland.
No, she did. She ran a very fast race. It's a faster race than she'd been running. And you're going to ask yourself, is she going to be able to repeat that performance? We've seen some big races from a number of fillies or mares from Saffie Joseph, the upset in the Derby City Distaff, that gigantic performance by Claret Beret in the Apple Blossom, 2 Grade 1s for him with fillies and mares over the last few weeks, last month, I should say, probably less. Unomia ran well in here behind Alpine Princess, and she can run back to that race. She's going to be a handful. And you've got Dry Powder coming back a week after a no-show effort in the La Troyenne.
Yeah, I liked her going into that race. She just did not show up.
She was bad, and the speed, of course, of the Irish Maxima.
For John Service,
Yep.
back-to-back victories, Aqueduct and Parks. She's 10 for 17 lifetime. So look at the lineup this Saturday. John A. Nehrude, Ruffian, take the 8 train, and Peter Pan on the road to that Belmont Stakes. What a Saturday we have. You can see it all on our Fox Sports Saturday coverage. Hope you join us this weekend. So that is race 7. Again, 4:09 Eastern, that Grade 2 Ruffian. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back again 15 minutes away from that opener or Horseshoe Indie. Dylan Davis back in town. Whole family. They're pretty good on the back of a horse.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome. Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds,
Top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married. And we had 2 little girls, and I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99-1. You'll never make it, you're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And then, so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I looked over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
A lot of talent in that family. Dylan Davis, he'll be on this one. Long shot in the third coming up in this mile and 3/8 race on the turf.
I think Robbie's obviously proud of his kids, but selling himself a little bit short. Robbie was one hell of a jockey. Very, very
terrific
good rider.
career.
Rode with our buddy Richie Migliori a lot, but really a very, very, very good jockey.
And I see that in how nice Robbie Davis seems in this feature, and impossible not to like him from that. How was he so aggressive with Robbie during his riding career? But Mig was with everybody, I guess, in the jocks room.
You know what? It's a competitive sport, and you got to be like that. The best, you know.
She's going to be joining me on the desk in a little bit. First, a little warm up down in the paddock for Acacia Clement joining the show.
And enjoying some sunshine down here for sure, Greg. Good to see you guys as we'll take a look at 2 of the 3 horses that are currently 5-2 on the board right now, beginning with New York bred Better Lucky Than Good, as he bypassed that New York bred allowance that came up a couple weeks ago, where Sounds Like a Plan and Spirit of St. Louis ran 1-2, just with the thought process that he needed just a little bit more time. And it shows. He looks incredibly fit off of the layoff. And unfortunately for him, he has actually been the opposite of his name on multiple occasions, where he maybe hasn't been the luckiest, but often does show up. He did finish second behind Rhetorical in the West Point in his most recent effort. Rhetorical would come out of that to win a Grade 1 in his subsequent start. So definitely flattered by competition, but he is a deep closer. He was last in that West Point and came from off of it. He does have Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle for the first time today, but he's a horse that, much like his stablemate in last race, Carson's Run, sometimes can be a little bit pace compromised because of his deep closing kick. So he comes back here, has cotton in his ears, he's forward. He sometimes can be a little bit over the top. Not the case today. He's nicely keeping it under wraps. And we'll see where he is positioned and how the pace of this race does play out. The horse that's currently highlighted as favorite, though, is another deep closer in the 6, Mutawid, who comes in for Mike Maker. Early in his career, he did most of his running at Gulfstream, and while he's run in New York a couple of times, this is actually my first time laying eyes on him, and he is kind of what you imagine one of those turf marathoners to be. Not the biggest, but very broad, very powerful. He's a bit warm here in the paddock, but kind of watching his replays, I take it that that might be pretty typical for him. He's not agitated or anything or over the top. He was last time out, coming out of the gate, going 1.5 miles at Keeneland last time, and in contrast to the horse I was just discussing, Mutawid just has no gate speed. He's just very slow to break, and he was inside horses running between, maybe a little bit stops and starts last time, and just not quite enough of a needed kick. So I too am wondering how the race will play out for him, but we know distance is his friend, and I like what I see from him here. He's been marching around the paddock since the moment he came in, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Here's our post-parade. We'll start with Dylan Davis. There he is on Classic Creation for John Terranova.
Yeah, he ran 1 mile and 3/8 in his last turf effort, and he is a horse that has run some distance races, and in the past, he's run well enough, but not recently.
This horse just ran second to probably the best turf horse in the country in Rhetorical last start.
Yeah, and to be fair, and I actually bet him that day, he was picking up pieces as the race fell apart for second, but he's pretty good, and he ran effectively at 1 mile and 3/8 in his prior start.
Javier Castellano, rider change on Mr. Tonic for Kerry Bryan.
Much like Better Lucky Than Good, doesn't have recency, but he has a 1 mile and 3/8 race where he had a bit of trouble that day and didn't run badly at all. I think he's a player.
Shug McGahee Barn looking to go back-to-back. That win with Integration. Here's Likeness.
I can't believe, honestly, how is this horse a shorter price than the 1? Whatever price the 1 is, he should be twice the price, maybe 3 times the price.
I said Miguel Clement State's debut.
Total wild card in here. You know, I don't know that he's good enough, but we don't know anything about him besides his European races.
Yeah, Mutawid, who's won at this distance.
I thought he was the best horse in here. I put him on top in this race. Another race, by the way, that features absolutely no speed, which I think could work in the favor of Mr. Tonic, who Javier should be aggressive with.
4 minutes away, and this 1 mile and 3/8 marathon on the lawn kicks off to pick 6. You can play all the action right there at Naira Bets and get a $25 free play in the Preakness as well just for signing up, plus that $200 deposit match bonus with that code. And sign up Preak25 at NairaBets.com. All right, back to Better Lucky Than Good. 5-2 second choice right now. He'll be making his 6-year-old return for Miguel Clement. Jamie Rodriguez will ride. And this was back in the West Point.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful, and I know you're not saying it either. He's not 2 1/4 lengths worse than Rhetorical. They both had good trips here. He more was picking up pieces for second in a race where everybody else was falling apart. The pace was very fast, as you can see looking at the fractions. So he was second. I don't want to say by default because he's a pretty good horse, but he's not in the league of Rhetorical. He shouldn't be bet off that. I think you could bet him more off his 1 mile and 3/8 race 2 back, to be honest with you, where I thought he ran very well in a race where he didn't have the best of trips. Not a bad trip, but not the best of trips. And I think he is, you know, along with the 6, they're the horses to beat.
And here is the 6, who was the morning line favorite. Kendra Carmouche will ride for Mike Maker, and a horse who does have a win at this distance.
And I think by post time, he is going to be favored. He's a fairly substantial favorite in both doubles and pick threes, suggesting he's likely to be favored, and I think he should be. He has the wins going longer. He has the faster races going longer. He also has recency, and he didn't have the best of trips last time at Keeneland. He didn't break very well, and he was a bit wide in the turns. I thought his races overall were better, but maybe the other horses have a little more upside. As a 6-year-old, he has no upside, and this is 3 back at Aqueduct.
Third start off the bench here of his 6-year-old campaign. Currently 5-2 second choice. Let's go back to Acacia.
Let's take a look at the number 3, Mr. Tonic. And as Andy said, you would imagine Javier would likely be aggressive with him. And it's funny, this is where notes really do come in handy, because when I first saw him come into the paddock, I wrote down, just looks a little bit soft, might need a race. And then I looked down and saw that in May of 2025, last year, I wrote the exact same thing and he won. It's just, that's how he is. He's that kind of horse. So I'm not going to hold that against him today. He is one that carries a lot of conditioning. That's typically how he is. He's often quite sharp prior to his races as well. Now, last time going a mile back in November before he went to the bench, he was last early and kind of made a middle move, but we have seen him be able to be a little bit more forward. And I would imagine with Javier climbing aboard today, we are going to see him try to take advantage, because there are some horses who in this field are really just known deep closers. So that was my thinking with this horse, and he is one that has shown before that he can run well fresh. Now the number 5, I said, as Andy said, is kind of the wild card of this race. He comes off of a win in Newmarket back in June. It was just a 4-horse field that day, and they were really kind of right in a line, but the top 2 finishers did put a lot of separation between them and the rest of the field. He wasn't the quickest breaking out of the gate that day, and he certainly has been schooled doing all of that coming into this. He's incredibly fit for his U.S. debut, but kind of in a typical European horse type of fashion. He doesn't have a ton in his hind end. He's a little bit more angular in the way that he's built. So while he has been pretty sharp and he has been forward nicely into the bridle, I think the break is really going to be key. We'll see how he does come out of the gate, as we do often see horses coming in from Europe in their U.S. debuts not being maybe the quickest either, but he certainly looks ready for his first race in the States. Greg?
All right, thanks, Acacia. By the way, post time coming up, as you can see there, right-hand side of your screen for the opener, Horseshoe Indie. Or yeah, we have some intriguing pedigrees and first crops of, among others, Jack Christopher with the even money favorite, the 4, Jack's back for the Steve Asmussen barn.
Yeah, are they just betting that one because it's Steve Asmussen? Hard to really know. Don't know enough about Horseshoe Indie to know.
Pick 6 here from Belmont at the Big A. And 9-5 favoritism it is. Mutawid from that outside post. Kendrick Carmouche for Mike Maker. Send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Mr. Tonic. Javier Castellano goes in. Likeness. I said. Kendrick Carmouche aboard Mutawid. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Ask for Speed is classic creation at the rail, but plenty of company to the far outside. Here comes I Said. It's now moving forward. I Said, a 3-way battle for the front, does better lucky than good. Is going to back out of there, is now shuffled back to third as classic creation holds the rail. So the top trio into that turn, it's I Said, and Manny Franco, they secure the front. Tight hold here down to the inside. Dylan Davis and Classic Creation immediately trying to get some running room here, is trying to move to the 2 path. Better lucky than good, making it tight for that one. Just behind them is a well-settled Likeness, is avoiding that early trouble, as the second and third place runners right now are very keen, chasing I Said as they get set to passes for the first time. I Said is in front up by a length, trying to settle his Classic Creation, and Likeness just slips through at the rail, now takes third. Better lucky than good is in behind them in fourth. Then comes the gray. Mr. Tonic is going to be towards the back end of the field with Mutawid, the trailer. I Said is now in command, and I Said into the turn one more time. It's I Said, who's still up at that healthy length into the outside Classic Creation second. Likeness has had a nice journey at the rail, saving all the ground as they move around the course. To the outside is Better Lucky Than Good. No move yet, Mr. Tonic and the trailer, Mutawid. They work up the backstretch 50.68. The half-mile time, they're crawling up top as I Said has now settled the field. It's just working up this backstretch, loping along with Classic Creation, waiting for the cue to the outside. Likeness, Flavien Prat is watching them from third. No change in the running order much, as Better Lucky Than Good. No move yet from Jamie Rodriguez, Mr. Tonic, and Mutawid. Set to start the sprint as they move into the far turn. One more time. I Said, still with a neck lead. Classic Creation is trying to warm to the task to the outside. Likeness is to the inside, still in third. Shoved along, Better Lucky Than Good. Making hard work of it right now is in fourth. Mutawid passing that rival to the outside. Mr. Tonic is going to take the inland route. And the leader is still I Said, trying to find this final furlong as they approach it. And it's I Said, gutting it out. Likeness now in the clear. Mutawid is ready to pounce in. Mr. Tonic is at the rail. Four of them across the course. Mutawid is lifting. Mutawid to the outside now with the head in front. Mutawid, Likeness, give it to Mutawid. Mutawid gets the victory over Likeness, then came Mr. Tonic.
Mutawid crossing the wire first here. Mike Maker, Kendrick Carmouche, and yeah, the serious running got going pretty late here.
Yeah, the pace didn't come into play here, and there probably is a lot more give in the ground on the inner turf course where this race was run than the outer turf course, as evidenced by the times in general, though they did come home in 11.56, which is pretty fast. We expected Mr. Tonic to be forward. He was back in last. Javier made a big run up the rail to finish third. I laughed at Likeness. He almost won the race. He actually ran huge, clearly improved a lot, especially with distance. Another one for Shug McGay that might really like more ground, but Mutawid does grind out the victory with that last to first move. You would have thought the way the pace was playing out, the way the race looked, that both the five would be closer. The race just fell apart in the late stages and the better horses ran. The disappointment was Better Lucky Than Good, right?
Yeah.
He really, I mean, you could see Rodriguez riding him for position early, and he just never lifted a hoof.
6-4, 3-5 finish to kick off the pick six with the 8-5 favorite as we get back to the opener here for Horseshoe Indie. And a maiden special weight for these 2-year-olds at 5 furlongs. Several debuting. It's the 3 and the 5 who have, well, the 1 as well, with races under their belt.
I was looking up Grande Suenos' race, and the horse that was third came back and finished a neck ahead of this, or about a half length ahead of this horse at most. Ran a 47 buyer the next time, so extrapolating, this horse could be fast enough to win this race. I like the experience, so I thought Grande Suenos was a little bit interesting at 6-1 right now. You see how much money Tigrado, I don't know why Tigrado is 6-5 and the 3 is 6-1. Maybe I'll find out in a minute. But I don't think if you're that price. And wouldn't you argue that the Jack Christopher, Steve Asmussen, a little bit chilly right now, drifting up? I mean, if this horse could run, wouldn't he be a much, much shorter price, the 4?
Yeah, you would think. But look, it's brand new first crop. Maybe take a wait-and-see approach here, but that barn usually, especially one with some quick works.
Steve Asmussen at Horseshoe Indie with first-time starting 2-year-olds in dirt sprints. He's 4 for 28 with a $1.30 ROI, so it's not like he's setting horses and lighting it up over there. They aren't terrible numbers. They're just not great numbers. He's not sending. What they suggest is the horses he's sending there just aren't that good overall. Doesn't mean he can't win here, but I'm sure he's running there because he doesn't feel like this horse is good enough to win a maiden special weight at Churchill. And more than that, he's got better 2-year-olds to run in those races, I would say.
Now we see, the sort of the monsters unleashed usually later in the summer.
Yep.
We haven't run New York.
We have not run a 2-year-old race. We probably tried. They just haven't filled. But looking forward. One of the best things in Saratoga has always been, and I think, you experienced it in Saratoga, but also at Del Mar when you used to be out there in the summer, is seeing the good horses run then. But it does get later and later, right?
Yeah.
So many of the better horses seem to debut later in the year. I mean, talking about the winner of the Derby, Golden Tempo, did he not debut until this year, right? He won a 6-furlong race. It could have been the end, I shouldn't say that. It might have been the end of 2025, but he didn't debut till pretty late. Nowadays, nobody even cares. They used to say if they don't run as 2-year-olds, they can't win the Derby. That's long over.
They haven't changed. 6-5 favorite. Wow, the 5 next door at 3-2. But Jack's back. First-time starter by Grade 1 winner Jack Christopher, debuting for the Asmussen barn. John Dooley to kick off this card from Horseshoe Indy.
Asmussen. Jack's back, running okay. Evan Roman with twice started Tigrado. One more. Irving Moncada tricked you. Only 2 first-time starters. Main track fast under sunny skies on America's Day at the Races. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Tigrado, quickly taken on by Grande Suenos, and Tio Colocho is right there with early interest, but with Marcelino Pedroso Jr., it's Grande Suenos being engaged up the inside by Tio Colocho for Santos Sanjor, and they battle for it as they enter the far turn with Tigrado tracking them from third. Jack's back, making his first voyage. He's fourth on the outside as they round the far turn, and beaten for pace, the newcomer. Trick You trails here in the Thursday opener. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 23.10 seconds as they converge past the quarter pole. And toward the inside, Grandes Suenos leads for home from Tigrado. Jack's back on the far outside. Tio Colocho vibe, but has dropped back, and Trick You has trailed. 1 furlong to go. It's Grandes Suenos, Evan Roman, and Tigrado up alongside. Jack's back is third. Tio Colocho is fourth with Evan Roman. It's the son of Nashville. Tigrado pulled away. The best, Grandes Suenos by 5.5 lengths. Jack's back, finished third.
Third time the charm for Tigrado, son of Nashville. Wins as a slight second choice.
I thought I was going to hold him off with Grande Suenos. He looked like he put him away in the stretch, but this horse proved to be much the best. And I think that Jack's back is the 83rd best 2-year-old that Steve Asmussen has.
It's probably accurate. In the end, 8-5. We'll have the prices. When we come back, goes off slight second choice. Tigrado, start number 3 with a victory to kick off this Horseshoe Indie Thursday card. Good to be back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have the pick 6 underway. Late pick 5 coming up next. It's Mutawid Mike Maker, Kendrick Carmouche, Paradise Farms to kick things off here in the pick six.
Narrowly getting it done over the horse inside of him, or two inside of him, Likeness, who really improved going the mile and 3/8. This is a Shugman to look ahead to in the distance races, you know. It's a gun runner who clearly got, significantly better stretching out in distance. But Mutaweed gets it done. Lightness, tough coming. I know you're saving ground inside, but doesn't it seem like, especially these turf races, they always sort of flatten out these inside closers, right?
It seems rare they seal the deal.
I thought Javier would be closer, but as it turns out, he really did give the right ride here. He just wasn't good enough. Narrowly beaten, but not quite good enough.
6, 4, 3, 8-5 favorite to start the pick six. $5.36 for the win. A homebred for Stuart Janney. Gun runner out of a Sky Mesa mare, my impression. Oh, no, I'm talking about Likeness, excuse me. Mutaweed for Shadwell Farm, bred. Paradise Farms, Mike Maker, Kendrick Carmouche.
Of course.
Getting excited about seeing that horse back already.
Not too many Shadwell male horses running. They sold, after Sheikh Hamdan died, they sold a lot of the males that came around. This one was running before that.
This race to start the late pick five, it marks the return of Tough Street, who moves from the Chad Brown barn to Rob Atras, and it's Helen's Revenge coming off a career best performance. Can she back up that huge effort last time out? 7 furlongs in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field.
Yeah, you and I took very different approaches. You took the informed Helen's Revenge and Tough Street is coming off a layoff and dropping down. I'm going to take the 4 Howling Wind and the 1 City Blocks. We took a completely opposite approach here. I want horses that don't have the good recency, but I've been in reasonably good form, especially the 4.
All right, we'll get back to it as we approach the 15-minute mark to post. First, let's wrap up the opener, Horseshoe Indie. Tigrado, start number 3, winning performance here. Stretching out to the 5 furlongs.
Right. Getting it done. The Nashville getting it done over the highly motivated. Looked like the 3 Grande Sueños was maybe putting this one away, but Tigrado proved to be much the best. Jack's back. I don't know if this one's back yet, but Tigrado gets it done.
Wins, what, 3.5 lengths?
Easily, yeah.
At least. $5.40 for the victory to kick off this card at Horseshoe Indie. We'll get into race number 2 when we come back from a timeout. That new partnership with Chester Racecourse. Win and you're in for the Belmont Gold Cup happened earlier today. And another win and you're in for the Manhattan coming up tomorrow. We'll tell you what happened today when we come back in that Ormond.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Lightline is in full flight. Lightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. the Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And here's Jan Bruegel, now moving down the outside to hit the front inside the furlong. Mount Atlas running a blinder from the rear of the field, but Jan Bruegel's in front and got first run. It's Moore and O'Brien again. Jan Bruegel won the Ormond.
Powerhouse connections, Aidan O'Brien, Ryan Moore, multiple Group 1 winner, winning the Ormond earlier today at Chester. Of course, that new partnership with the New York Racing Association. Winner of this race gets an automatic berth to the Belmont Gold Cup June 4th, although multiple Group 1 winner overseas likely has some bigger targets on their mind.
Yeah. Jan Bruegel the elder, Jan Bruegel the younger, and now Jan Bruegel the horse. But we are talking, we're hoping maybe the third place finisher will come over the Belmont Gold Cup. It's a win you're in for the Belmont Gold Cup. As Greg said, this horse is not going to come over in all like two-mile race. We're hoping for the third place finisher, get that horse Free and Balding to come over.
Chester Racecourse established during the reign of King Henry VIII, and about 324 years later,
wow,
Saratoga came around.
Incredible,
Isn't that
right?
amazing?
Looks really cool. Those pictures are great. Our race secretary, Rob McLennan, is there actually for the races, and I was texting a little bit with him. It sounds like a very fun experience. And we have another win you're in tomorrow for the Manhattan.
The Huxley,
Yes, we're looking forward to that. And there was a very, very exciting horse that has some American connections to it that won a prep yesterday that looks right now is the favorite for the Epsom Derby.
With a pedigree that I know you're very excited about.
Yeah, this has been Benvenuto Cellini, I believe, is a Frankel and the Dam of Sculptor. Thank you for that. And the Dam, many people remember, it was newspaper record. And you wouldn't think a newspaper record necessarily as being the broodmare of the favorite for the Epsom Derby. This is a 12.5 furlong race that he powered to victory. I think it was established at this point as the 9-4 favorite for the Epsom Derby, and that horse racing those familiar Peter Brandt silks. So Peter actually he didn't buy her as a yearling at the Tattersall sales. Karovich and Seth Klarman bought, but Peter brought her as a broodmare for $2.9 million, and I think he's already more than got his money back. The first one was OK Giselle. This one could be a superstar.
Yeah, exciting to see what happens going forward after that kind of performance. Yeah. Tomorrow, as you mentioned, Huxley, and that's a win and you're in for the Manhattan. June 6th, Belmont at Saratoga. And a look at the field that will line up in this 1.25 mile race on Friday.
I think we should be reporting from over there. Don't you think they should have sent us over there?
I would love to go there. Yeah, they opened up in 1539.
That's crazy. The original grandstand, you think?
What's that?
Original grandstand?
I'm not sure about that. I'll have to do some research on that.
Looks like
yeah,
fun.
northern end of the UK. I would love to get there one day.
Well, you spend a lot of time these days in the UK, so I think you convince Laura to go? Probably not.
She would love to go.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? She would love to go. Take the whole family. Race 4, late pick 5 time here at Belmont at the Big A. And there is Helen's Revenge coming off a career best performance. She's won 4 of the last 6 starts of her career, but that last start, she went to the next level. She has the recency, certainly over the one to her outside, Tough Street. It was some huge back races, no question. Moving to the Rob Atras bar in the 7th.
If Helen's Revenge runs her last race, she's a pretty likely winner of this race unless Tough Street finds her good form from the past. I want to see it again, and as a heavy favorite, and she's probably going to, I imagine the 7's going to come down, but I also imagine Cali Magic's taking some early Flavian Pratt money. She's going to drift up from her 5-2. I'm not going to argue against Helen's Revenge race. I just want to see it again at a short price, but her last race was a good one.
Let's go down to Acacia.
And starting there with Helen's Revenge, who has been in spectacular form. It's funny, last time out, I had written down in my notes that I thought maybe she might prefer a touch more ground, more of a 7 furlong type, just if nitpicking. And that's what she gets to do today, but she was ultra impressive when winning last time, going the 6. And she's won 3 out of her last 4 races, trying to pick up another one today. They do saddle her on the walk. She's a little bit tricky sometimes to get the tack on. Last time they had a pony with her in the paddock. Not so today. While she was saddled on the walk, then they actually had to reset the tack because they needed a different size overgirth. So maybe not the best situation for a horse that's a little bit tricky and finicky getting the tack on, but she's fine once she's saddled. She is a very angular type of build. Like I said, she's really suited perfectly to the 7/8. If anything, I think she's a little bit more drawn tucked up today than she was when I saw her before her last win, but she looks super in her coat. Like I said, she's settled now that they've gotten the tack on. We'll see if she can repeat that big last out effort. The number 2, Cali Magic, took the blinkers off last time out, and Dalila Rivera was a 7-pound apprentice, was aboard that day, and I thought that she did the right thing, went to the lead with this horse, and that was in a $35,000 claiming race. As she steps back in against New York breds, she was disappointing at this competition 2 starts back, but she looks great. She is a horse that is always visually appealing to the eye, and she is going to automatically take more attention because of the presence of Flavien Prat. But second time without the blinkers, see if she can kind of get into her stride, and she looks strong, carrying really good muscle mass. I'll watch her warming up, but so far, so good for Cali Magic.
Thank you, Acacia. Here's City Blocks to kick off the post parade. Here, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Eddie Barker.
I think she's very dangerous. She needs to break better than last time. She could be speed from the inside. I think she's a big player.
Lee Magic has Pratt aboard for Rudy Rodriguez.
I think this horse is taking a lot of Pratt money. Her last race was disappointing. She's going to have to run better.
Has speed. Princess Becca, the 3 at 17-1.
Going to have to move up off the claim. Tough to do that being claimed away. We'll see.
Jimmy Ferraro Barnes sending out Howling Wind.
I like Howling Wind. I think she's really turned her career around for Jimmy Ferraro. I think you're going to see a good effort by her. Her last race not as bad as it might look at first glance.
The hot apprentice, Dalila Rivera, riding for Jose Jimenez on Carol T.
Hasn't been able to beat Howling Wind in the past, but is a big price if you like.
In raging form right now and coming off a career best performance, Helen's Revenge.
No, listen, her last race was good. She runs it. She's going to be tough to beat. I'm going to play against her and hope she doesn't run it.
And the back class of Tough Street coming off the bench now as a 7-year-old has not run since August 30th.
I just don't trust this horse to come back with her very best form. If she does that, she'll be tough. But she's going to have to. She can't just run a run-of-the-mill race and necessarily expect to win here. Not taking any money right now. I imagine she is probably a clear second choice in doubles.
Yeah, 9 to 5 morning line. That got to come down.
Choice. Yeah, she is the second choice in doubles, and she is the clear second choice in pick threes.
Go back to the last time we saw her on the racetrack, August 30th, Saratoga last summer. Wound up second, beat a half length to Midtown Lights.
Yeah, I thought this was a good effort up in Saratoga, finishing ahead of Scythian, who was favored that day. I think if she runs this race, she can win, but she was with Chad Brown then. It was 8.5 months ago. Nothing wrong with Rob Atras, but I just wonder if you can expect a horse who clearly has some issues to come back and run as well as she's been capable of running in the past. And keep in mind, her claim was voided that day as well.
And not to mention, too, next door, you have one with that recency, coming off the great form, the best race of her career, but she's won 4 of her last 6 as well, whereas Tough Street's coming off the bench. 6 to 5 right now on this 4-year-old filly for Linda Rice with Jose Lezcano aboard. Let's take a look at the race that kind of vaulted her to the next level.
It did, but she's also beating up on horses that would be 20-1 in this race. Now, she beat them by 6 lengths, and she ran a fast figure in doing it. If she's able to duplicate it, she's probably the horse to beat in this race. I do think, though, the competition today is significantly tougher. Even if you don't like Tough Street, I think Howling Wind is better than those horses. I think City Blocks is better. I even think Cali Magic is considerably better. So she's going to have to run. She's going to have to run pretty well to win this race, and I just think 6 to 5, she's a lousy gamble, but I'm not going to be surprised when she beats me.
That was April 18th. There she is. Acacia's Helen's Revenge showing signs she can back up that performance.
She looks good. If I'm nitpicking and she's the favorite, I think I kind of liked her better last time. But we'll see, as she has been in tremendous form, and I always respect and appreciate a horse like that. Now take a look at one off of the layoff, and that's the 7 Tough Street, now in the Rob Atras barn. As Andy mentioned, it was a voided claim after that race, and then she was sidelined. It's the same ownership group. It's just a trainer switch, and she's had some layoffs in the past throughout her career. She's now a 7-year-old, and there have been some stops and starts along the way. That's just who she is. Moving very well out there, though, as Manny Franco took her away from the pony, kept her going, actually like this warm-up, a touch less than when she first broke off. But that being said, she was very relaxed back in the paddock, and I take back what I said about the warm-up. I would like to see her going a little bit more fluidly now as she's jogging, but she is a horse that always carries good weight and conditioning, sometimes can get a little bit wound up in the paddock. Like I said, very relaxed today. She does kind of run that way with her head a little bit high, and she did get steadied pretty significantly out of the Wilson shoe in her last race and ran very well, finishing second that day. I think I picked her, but probably watching the warm-up here, I'd want to wait and see one with her making her first start off the layoff here. Now, the number 1, City Blocks, as she is making her third start off of the bench. I'm with Andy. I think that she is a horse that has a little bit of upside to still show. She was last early last time out. What happened to her speed, though? She used to be able to put herself into the race a little bit more. She's had in 3 out of 3 out of her last 4 starts had to face Bam's Bliss Kiss, who's been on an absolute tear recently for multiple connections. But I'm hoping that we do get a chance to see Ricardo Santana, an aggressive rider, be aggressive with City Blocks and get her into the race a little bit more here because, like I said, last early, just no rally from there as well. And she is a lighter framed type of mare. I think now making her third start off the layoff, this might be the time where we get a chance to see her strongest finish yet and hopefully not leave herself with quite so much to do, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 4-5 favorite remains Helen's Revenge. It's then slowly the price trickling down on Tough Street.
Yeah, she's really not getting bet, to be honest. They're betting one horse in this race, and that's the number 6, Helen's Revenge. And you like her a little more than I do, but I can understand why people like her in here. I'm going to hope I'm alive in doubles with City Blocks, the 1, and the 4, Howling Wind. I think Howling Wind's form has sort of quietly improved, and I thought her last couple races a little better than her final buyer figure suggested. Run against Munnings Express, who would win this race, and even Naive Melody would probably win this race as well for Wesley Ward. So I'm going to take those 2 horses and try to upset the apple cart a little bit in here. I just don't want Tough Street off the layoff, but I understand why Acacia likes her and certainly respect that she can win this race.
All right, so see how this plays out. Starts this late pick 5 sequence. We have a maiden race next in the 5th. And then a couple of turf races, 6 in the 8th.
Well, we don't know about the firsters in the next race, but both the 7 and 1 have credentials as horses with experience. The 6th race seems like it's wide open. You and I agreed about the 7th race, Greg. That's a race where every single horse has legitimate credentials to win that race. And the last race is not exactly a race full of form. We'll see what happens. I'm trying the 5 and 6 in that race.
So about to load for this pick 5. See that pool? 164,000 and growing here as the 2 steps in. Kali Magic 5-1 with Flavian Pratt for Rudy Rodriguez.
I doubt it's a super short pick 5, even with a 3-5 shot who potentially could be starting it off. I think the races are wide open enough. You're not going to see super short prices.
Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin with the 4th. Belmont at the Big A.
T. Helen's Revenge. Helen's Revenge. Tough Street, last to load. All set. And they're off. Tough Street broke very sharply from the far outside. Howling Wind is in the early mix, and there's Howling Wind now to put a nose in front. Plenty of challengers towards the inside. City Blocks is now forwardly placed and in between horses Princess Becca. So the front three go at it. It's City Blocks, who wrestles the lead away as a head advantage in front of the long shot, and Princess Becca, who's a stalking second. Howling Wind has lost some ground in third, and at the rail moving forward, that's Flavian Pratt on Kali Magic. Tough Street on the far outside. Second to last will be Carol T. And Helen's Revenge is the trailer and wide. The favorite to the back end of the field. 22.67 the opening quarter mile. City Blocks takes him into the turn. Howling Wind 3 wide. Princess Becca still in the fight, is in the two path. Tough Street watching the action from fourth. Trying to pick things up is Kali Magic, and Helen's Revenge still towards the back end of the field, second to last, with Carol T, the trailer. 45-4 for the challenging half-mile time. Howling Wind is back in front. It's Howling Wind with a neck in front as they reach the top of the stretch. Helen's Revenge in an instant now gets rolling on the grandstand side, is chasing down Howling Wind, who's still got a 2.5 length advantage. But Helen's Revenge is now sprinting right up to this leader. It's Howling Wind, but not for long, as Helen's Revenge is ready to challenge and puts a neck in front. Helen's Revenge approaches the final 16th, is trying to kick away. Tough Street is rallying on towards the inside. Late run Carol T. Helen's Revenge will win it. Photo here for second. It's Tough Street there with Carol T. Kali Magic finished fourth.
Helen's Revenge, that top form intact. She has now won 5 of the last 7.
And she really looked in trouble until they hit the stretch, but the reality was the pace, especially the half mile, but even the first fraction, was just too fast for these horses in the air, and I thought my Howling Wind had a chance, but then I realized this pace is just too fast, especially at 7 furlongs for her, and the 6, the favorite, able to get it done. Feels like Tough Street may have gotten second down on the inside. It was pretty close, but I thought she got second over Carol T as the race just completely imploded in the last 100 yards.
Tough to tell between Carol T and Tough Street. So photo for second. Helen's Revenge, though, keeps on rolling. 6 wins from 12 tries now lifetime. 5 for 9 on this surface. Wins it 3-5.
Tough Street was second.
To kick off the late Big 5. And yeah, Tough Street to 7 does get second. Just posted 6-7, 5-2 with a 28-1 shot there in third. But it's the odds-on favorite here in the fourth to start this late Big 5. Stay with us. We're back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Brought to you, upper left-hand corner right there in our bets, where you can play all the action, Triple Crown and beyond all summer at Saratoga. At any track, anywhere, anytime. Preak 25, that code to use for new members. Get a $25 Preakness free play in that $200 deposit match new customer bonus. Back to Horseshoe Indie, race 2. Start of an early pick 4. It's a state-bred race, 8,000 claiming group. Non-winners of 2 life, going 6 furlongs. Here's House of Gold.
Second off a layoff, he can, if he can improve to his prior races, he can win.
Fervent Prayer. Speed and backed up, going longer last start.
This one is coming off a 7-month layoff, and while I prefer the cutback, he's actually run better going longer than shorter. Didn't like this one at 5-2.
Here's Buster B is the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, this one is just a little bit too slow on paper.
It's all speed with the 4 going cents.
There's not much pace in this race. He's supposed to be in front. He has the back races, but his recent form is a little bit questionable.
Crab Crunch coming off a second at Will Rogers Downs at a mile.
Well, first of all, he's cutting back in distance, but also it appears his form got much better at Will Rogers Downs than it was at Indiana before, so I'm skeptical he can reproduce those efforts.
And TV Victory struggled last start. It was a tougher group.
Yeah, it was 13 days after a big effort 2-back, and that was back in October. If this horse can run back to that race 2-back, he's going to win. If he runs back to his other races, he's probably not.
Let's go to Rachel.
Listen, I'm not going to repeat what you just said about the 6, Andy, but I completely agree. And I'm going to tell you something else. If he runs 2-back to that, and he gets this luck I put on him, I have quotes from I talked to every single person that has a horse in this race besides Ron Raper. So he's not my top pick, but usually if you have insight and you talk about every horse but one, it ends up that the one that you don't talk about is the one that wins. So with that being said, TV Victory does look good on the drop. Crab Crunch, the 5. This one looked the best in my opinion when I went down to the paddock. This horse was on its toes. It was moving very fluidly. He just feels good, you can tell. Obviously, put up a nice speed figure last time off that second. So he probably is going to be the one I think I'm going to put on top in this race. He has nice speed. And then the 4 going since, this one, another class dropper from 15 to 8, which is key. I talked to Tim Eggleston, and he said, this is just a tough horse. He said, the only plan that we have is we're going to hopefully go to the front and we're going to stay there, because he does not like getting behind horses. So that's also something. Take that betting information with what you will in this kind of race with the speed and how it's going to play out, or how you see it playing out. The 3 Buster B, Ray Paquette just straight up said he put this horse in here because he's waiting for a sired later, a sired race. Ray Paquette, the trainer, says he thinks he's just going to use this one as a prep for when he can get in there, but he does have high hopes that he can finish well with the drop as well from 15 to 8. And then the 2, Fervent Prayer, Tony Granitz, I didn't get to talk to, but his daughter Eve, I'm not sure Eve Granitz has an official title, but when your father's a trainer and you work on the backside, you do a little bit of everything. Eve ponies her dad's horses back and forth to the track, and she said Fervent Prayer is a really fun guy, and he's been training really well. And then as they're approaching the gate, I'll just say House of Gold, you know, it's the second start, and Tiana said she just hopes that this drop helps. She wants him a little bit closer to the pace so he has enough to finish in here, you guys. A nice race as they're going postward for the second here in Indiana.
Nine to 5 favorite, Fervent Prayer. This 2 on the cutback in distance.
I love a cutback. I'm not sure that I love this horse cutting back, given that the best races that he's ever run have been going longer. Listen, it's going to take about a 44 to 50 buyer to win this race, so I don't want to rule anybody out. I don't know if the 4 can still wire fields. I would probably have preferred the 6, but that horse is taking absolutely no money and is kind of, as you and I like to say, a 1-number horse. Good luck.
John Dooley, the call. Here's race 2, Horseshoe Indie to start the early pick 4.
Crab Crunch, the 10-pound apprentice Pedro Pena. Joseph Romero, Buster B went in well. One more TV Victory. Luis Perez claims the 7 pounds with 5 career wins. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Crab Crunch, Going Sense. TV Victory in the purple cap on the far outside with Mitch Morrill. It's Going Sense. Going Sense to the early lead from Crab Crunch and TV Victory on the far outside, running in third by 3.5. Fervent Prayer, making his 4-year-old season a bow, is running in fourth as they dash past the half-mile pole. The trailers are Buster B and House of Gold. Going Sense spearheads them into the far turn. The opening quarter, 22.26 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. It's Going Sense as they roll around the far turn that way, as Crab Crunch looks to draw in now for Pedro Pena, coming toward the quarter pole. A break of 4 more to Fervent Prayer, who's rallied into third. On the far outside, TV Victory strains away in fourth. 3 lengths away to House of Gold and 2 more to Buster B. Top of the stretch, it's Crab Crunch. Into the stretch, Crab Crunch leads Fervent Prayer toward the rail. Half mile, 45.35 seconds. Crab Crunch holding on to this advantage deep in the final furlong. House of Gold is coming with a late run. Toward the inside is Going Sense, who's dropped back sharply with Pedro Pena. Crab Crunch holding sway. Crab Crunch, it will be 1 by 3 from House of Gold. Going Sense third, and Fervent Prayer finished back in fourth.
Crab Crunch with the win. 2 wins now, 13 starts. The cutback coming in from Will Rogers Downs for the victory.
Well, I didn't trust Will Rogers down for him. I was wrong. Crab Crunch was much the best getting it done. A pretty quick pace here, the one House of Gold making a run. I still don't know why Fervent Prayer was the favorite in this race, but Crab Crunch gets it done. A song and a prayer dam. Don't see his name in the PPs enough.
Yeah.
Was he involved in the
pace and the Derby
pace Derby
with,
ever? 44 and 4. Who was he with?
The Baffert horse, right?
Not Congaree.
Yeah, wasn't it Congaree?
Was it Congaree? Was that the crazy pace in the Monarcos Derby?
I believe it was.
Congaree ran one of the great losing efforts of all time.
Yeah.
Not only in that race, but also the Breeders' Cup Classic in 2003 behind Pleasantly Perfect and Medaglia d'Oro.
Back to New York, Helen's Revenge starts the late pick 5 and continues rolling now. 5 victories, last 7 starts. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, owned by Les Blake.
And Linda won both of our dirt races so far today, and one of them wasn't favored. That might be the biggest shock. Just keeps on winning.
Howling Win, giving you a thrill here.
Howling Wind, and she wasn't going to beat this horse probably in any circumstance, but she really did run well and was second best in this race. Thought Howling Wind ran very well in there in the right circumstance. This was just not a pace that projected to be as hot as it was, and it worked against her. Raylu did anything wrong. She just ran out of gas at the end, but she actually ran pretty well.
Close for second, but Tough Street just holding off Carol T at 28-1, who completes the trifecta there for $30 and change for 50 cents. Odds on start, though, to the late pick 5. We told you top of the show, no Golden Tempo. Kentucky Derby winner passing on the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Will not go to the Preakness. Will sit it out. Go to the Belmont Stakes instead at Saratoga, June 6th. But who is going? Take a look at the potentials for Preakness 151. And when you look at this list, you have to start with a horse who was just sensational on the undercard on Derby Day in the Pat Day Mile, Crude Velocity.
Crude Velocity runs, he'll be favored in the year. Now, whether or not he comes back in the 2 weeks and extends his mile and 3/16 just his 4th career start, this was an exceptional ride by Florent Giroux because, like he always does, he got left a little bit. And you can't fool around a big field like that. And Flo did a great job of getting him busting through and getting that position behind the very speedy and talented Englishman. As you can see, they were roughly the same price. Englishman might be the best 3-year-old in Cherie's barn, despite the fact that she won the Kentucky Derby. But him going shorter, I think 7 furlongs, the Woody Stevens, the Alan Jerkins, we're going to see him make a name for himself in those races. But this horse, Crude Velocity, he could be as good as any 3-year-old in the country.
Probably the most, he's the most exciting right now. That was 0.61 seconds off the track record. Went faster than older horses did in the Knicks Go. 133.87.
He's good.
Excited to see him go. Bob Baffert had said, had he got him started earlier, he would have been in the Kentucky Derby. So we'll wait and see the decision.
I think given the pace in the Derby, he was lucky. But there's going to be a pace in this race because Napoleon Solo is running who's fast, and Taj Mahal who's very fast as well. So I got to tell you something. They should run the Derby winner in this race, Golden Tempo, because one thing this race is going to have is a lot of pace. And at Laurel, that could fit him like a glove.
We're going to say goodbye to you for a little bit. You get a short break, and then you're back in an hour. Keisha Clement stepping on the desk with me. We're going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you, but Acacia's going to fill in well, and then Acacia, she's going to be an analyst, and then she's going to be a host, and I'll move back in this spot.
She does it all.
She can do it all. She's going to do all 3 jobs in one show. The best.
Short break. We'll be back. Acacia steps in right after this. Hell.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Have it at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire. Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Arcangelo on the outside, 3/4, 113-1, and here is Arcangelo now to grab the lead from Bishop's Bay. Arcangelo, Bishop's Bay fighting back again on the inside as they move for the 16th pole. It is Bishop's Bay and Arcangelo. A terrific stretch duel here in the Peter Pan. Bishop's Bay has a head in front. Arcangelo counters on the outside. It's a photo finish. May have been Arcangelo. Arcangelo is fiercely determined. Arcangelo coming to the 8th pole, trying to pull it off. He's in front by 3. He has Jettison National Treasure. Then it's Hit Show. Forte's coming right. Oh, he's got a chance. Forte coming out the outside, trying to catch Arcangelo. He couldn't do it. Arcangelo has won.
We're going to throw in the Travers as well. What a year for Arcangelo. The coming out party was that Peter Pan, and the horse he wound up beating turned into a pretty good horse as well.
Yeah, Bishop's Bay has been very consistent and running some big races. He's more of a one-turn type of horse. And then you look at that Belmont Stakes, the horses he beat there too. Eventual Dubai World Cup winner in Hit Show, National Treasure, Forte, very good horses. And then, as you said, he would go on to win the Travers that summer. It was a lot of fun. And the final Belmont Stakes run at Belmont Park.
And it was the first ever Triple Crown race won by a female trainer, Jenna Antonucci. Of course, we just had the first Kentucky Derby won by a female trainer with Cherie DeVoe and Golden Tempo. But Jenna Antonucci showing up with this one here in race 5 to start the Pick 4 Party Animal, who will be making career start number 3, but first time on dirt, as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show.
Hello again. I ran up here, sprinted, had a really quick snack, and ready for phase 2 of 3 on the show today.
Yeah, you got a long one this afternoon. Party Animal, interesting. It's heavy heavy turf pedigree, but going on dirt today.
Way more turf on the bottom side as well. I guess there is. I know a lot of horsemen who believe that Union Rags actually is a turf influence. Maybe the Union Rags being the dam sire, it's a little bit of a thought to try the main track, so we'll see how he handles it.
Here's your 4 to 5 favorite. White Smoke Rising ran huge in the debut, hit the gate, and then got pushed out by a horse to the inside, ran on big time. Maggie, is this race over already?
Yeah, you don't want to anoint a horse or a winner before they've even gone in the gate. But I do get what you're saying, Greg, as he was so good in that debut race. However, that came back in January. Now, he was entered to run here on April 25th. He was listed as a regulatory vet scratch. Now, obviously, he was put on a proverbial vets list. He had to work to get off of it. He had to submit blood samples to be entered again. So he's gone through all the protocols, but I will say this, he does return wearing front wraps for the first time. He is a good-looking horse, a son of Volatile. He's actually got some size to him, but he presents himself well too. You know, he's nicely on the bridle. He's kind of marching around the paddock quite nicely, and he does look fit despite not having had a race since January. So looking and thinking about the race he comes out of, crossing the channel, he was heavily favored that day. He would come back and win his next start in an allowance race down in Maryland with an 8 buyer. So he was definitely playing Crossing the Channel's game that day. As Greg said, the trouble at the beginning, and he was just on this relentless charge and run after him. So the credentials are there. It's just the intangibles that I'm not quite sure about, as we'll jump to the inside with number 1, Pac for John Terranova. He's second off of a layoff and ran well in his return race as a 4-year-old. He was a long way last. Kind of made a mild rally through the lane after that troubled type of beginning, kind of broke out, then he bobbled a bit. So a race that probably is a bit better than what it might appear on paper. He does look, and this is the first time I'm laying eyes on him, he's actually a bigger horse, so it looks as though a little bit more ground might be preferable, but for the 3rd time in a row, he's going the 6.5 furlongs today, and just given the way that he's run, I kind of thought that too. But he does look fit, he looks strong, he's very focused here in the paddock, so while he now draws, the 1 hole, hopefully he can get himself out of the gate a little bit cleaner, but it often does, correlate to horses that are a bit bigger, Greg, that sometimes they have trouble leaving there.
Yeah, obviously, thanks, Maggie. That White Smoke Rising, that debut was big and had all that trouble. This horse had significant trouble, John. He came out last early in that race. It was an awful beginning and ran on pretty good.
He did. He studied back sharply after the break as well, and just really did himself no favors from there.
Interesting alternative at 5 to 1 for trainer John Terranova. Let's go back to the favorite, though, 4 to 5, and show you that debut for White Smoke Rising. Obviously, that trouble in the beginning of the race. Hit the gate, got shoved into by that horse to his inside, was last early, had to go 5 wide early on, and then this big finish.
And he was kind of climbing early on as well. He had to finish wide, as you said, and once he switched leads, he just kind of kept powering on behind Crossing the Channel, who, as Maggie said, would come back to win in his subsequent start. Got a fast figure for this as well, an 84 buyer speed figure, and you can see he's really kind of extending his stride, where the winner is just holding on, though shortening a little bit there in the stretch. We'll see how he can do off a little bit of the layoff coming back here, but off of that debut race, you would certainly imagine that there is some ability there.
As you would expect by seeing that too. Yeah, he blew by this horse in the gallop out. And the horse that, he beat, it's a horse who was very competitive in a runner-up finish to Iron Honor in the first start of his career.
Yeah, was definitely flattered by that. He had taken some money against Iron Honor as well, then came back. He won that race, would come back and win again with a fast figure too. So I think kind of validating that 84 buyer speed figure that White Smoke Rising did get as well. Don Velasquez is going to be in the saddle today.
Yeah, you saw Charlie Baker there as well, trainer of White Smoke Rising, and Johnny V rider change with no Joel Rosario here this afternoon, so 4-5 for start number 2. And Maggie brought up a good point, though. It was all the way back in early January. We'll see what we get here in the second start as we look at Disparate Impact, one of 2 first-time starters in this field for Chad Brown.
Yeah, this one, a son of Authentic. He does debut as a gelding. The dam did win a couple times going long on the dirt as well as the synthetic. The sibling 0 for 3. So there wasn't a ton when looking up the pedigree. Did sell for $300,000 as a yearling, so I guess had some positive physical notes on him. But he's a horse that's taken a little bit of time to get to the races. Like I said, showing up as a gelding, and I think a little bit of a cool 5-1 right now.
There's win early pedigree, though. The dam won first time out.
She did.
Second dam won first time out. Both were stakes winners, sprinting, as we see Pratt about to get a leg up. So 7-2. This one slightly more highly regarded in the wagering than the other Chad Brown first-timer, which is Cite Your Sources, the 2.
Yeah.
And Manny Franco will ride that one.
There's actually more of a turf pedigree on the bottom side for that horse, Cite Your Sources, which I thought was a little bit interesting as far as that does go. And Yopon can go either way, so we'll see if it's a plus that he debuts on dirt.
Here's one Puck. So that poor beginning last time out. And here's start number 3 today.
And second off of a layoff as well. And he definitely moved forward from his first to second start in a big way.
First of 2 Chad Brown first-timers, Cite Your Sources.
Son of Yopon, a $160,000 purchase at the July sale.
Dirt debut for the Jenna Antonucci runner here, Party Animal.
Also cutting back in distance, went a mile and then the 2 turned 7.5 furlongs in both of his starts. So a lot of changes today for this one.
The Klarovich Chad Brown first-timer with Pratt, Disparate Impact.
That's had a pretty steady work tab. A lot of works coming in for this gelded son of Authentic. We'll see if that means he is ready for this debut race.
Chess Match just claimed and being jumped up in class.
He dropped in for $40,000 with Todd Pletcher last time out, a little bit of the for sale sign, and was picked up that day. He disappointed as the favorite and now has to step up in class.
Here is If Ever. The dam did produce a Schuylerville winner.
And just Cindy, she was very precocious. She never ran on past 2, but all 3 of the foals were winners. This is a colt by Not This Time, debuting here.
And the price has gotten even shorter now on White Smoke, rising down to 3-5 for start number 2.
Just a really good debut race and gives you a lot of confidence that this horse has some ability. It is, of course, the layoff. I guess that would be the chink in his armor, the fact that he has not run since January.
Minute to post coming up. Starts the late pick 4, approaching the $100,000 mark. Money in that pick 4 pool, which you can play right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get a $25 free play in the Preakness with that code, Preak25, plus that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus and sign up right there at NairaBets.com. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we had a little bit of an equipment issue regarding the 5 in the paddock. That's why horses are hitting the track late. I'm not even going to talk about it as number 2, Cite Your Sources, is one of 3 first-time starters, 2 of which for Chad Brown here, a son of Yalpon, and I have really liked what I've seen from Yalpon's progeny. He definitely stamps them, and I always think that's a fairly good, trademark. Ooh, he's acting up a little bit. Sit tight there, Manny. I always find it's a good trademark of a decent sire, and he is the one that can get them to win somewhat early. But as you guys were saying, there's a lot of turf in the pedigree on the bottom side. However, this horse does have some pretty quick gate drills, and he is sharp. He was really, kind of nicely on the bridle in the paddock. He's definitely livened up quite a bit with this solo warm-up that we see Manny giving him. And of the first-time starters, physically, he's definitely the one I want. Just really nicely put together and balanced and looks fit and strong. Now, Chad's other horse in here, number 4, Desperate Impact. On the flip side, I love the Alpines. I have not loved the Authentics, and they all look different, and they all just don't present themselves as the strongest bunch. There is a bit of leg to this horse, so I also wonder if he wants a little bit more ground to work with. The dam winner first start and was a minor stakes winner sprinting on the dirt, and the second dam, she did win first time out as well. So at least some precocity in the pedigree, but doesn't show me that he's a precocious type, at least looking at him. And look, he's a 4-year-old making his first start. So, like I said, I know he's the one that gets Flavian. I didn't love his warm-up either, but he is the one taking more money. I did prefer the 2 of Chad's duo. Now, Shug McGahee will send out a 15-1, not this time, and he does have the best pedigree of any of these horses in here. Is a half to greatest stakes winner is a 2-year-old Just Cindy. The second dam is Just Gendo, who's a multiple greatest stakes winner, going long on the dirt, and I love Not This Times. And he looks like one of your typical Not This Times. You know, they don't have the longest kind of barrel. They're a lot more compact, despite being able to run longer distances, but he does look a bit heavy. I think he's going to benefit greatly from a start. And 2, Greg, I don't love, first-time starters, especially from this barn, wearing blinkers in their debut. But hey, if you like him, he's 17-1.
3-5 favorite. Thank you, Maggie White. Smoke Rising, start number 2. Been eagerly anticipating this one after how well this one ran on after a compromised beginning for Charlie Baker. John Velasquez will be aboard. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Chess match. Chess match moving forward. If ever. White Smoke Rising. John Velasquez. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good even beginning in between horses. Party Animal flashes early speed, company to the inside from One Pock. One Pock is now up by a half length and tries to get away. One Pock is the clear leader. Traveling in second is Party Animal. Disparate Impact is 3 wide. Now moving forward and takes second. White Smoke Rising, the big heavy favorite. Center of the racetrack is the gray, is in 4th. Moving forward in between horses, Sight Your Sources from 5th. Second to last is If Ever and the trailer. Chess match. They're chasing One Pock into the turn, 22.74, and now unopposed on the front end. Right to the outside, trying to pick things up. That's Disparate Impact and At the Rail Party Animal. Moving forward, White Smoke Rising now looming, and here comes the move from White Smoke Rising, going to be 3 wide. Following them, that's Sight Your Sources. Far back, If Ever, and the trailer. Chess match. One Pock approaches a quarter mile left to go, 46.46 for the half-mile time, and plenty of pursuers. White Smoke Rising trying to pick things up, center of the racetrack. On the grandstand side, Sight Your Sources, and Party Animal now at the rail. White Smoke Rising is trying to get the advantage, but here is ready to pounce is Sight Your Sources. White Smoke Rising is finding more inside the final 16th. White Smoke Rising and John Velasquez, they get the victory. Sight Your Sources second, a photo, One Pock with Party Animal.
White Smoke Rising does not disappoint here in start number 2, wins it 3-5.
A nice performance from this horse who got the right kind of trip as well from John Velasquez, and he was able to hold off the first-time starter, Sight Your Sources, who definitely looks like he's a horse that will improve with the race. Very green throughout the running, had to be really ridden hard to even get into the race, and then finished with some run and even drifting out too. So a horse to watch who was incredibly green, but the experience paid off, and White Smoke Rising running back to that good first race.
For a brief moment, looked like Sight Your Sources is going to roll right on by. Not the case. Finding more. Second-time starter here for Charlie Baker, owned by Albert Freed Jr. And again, Johnny V on the odds-on favorite to start this pick 4. 7-2, 1-3 here in the 5th from Belmont at the Big A. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. Already on the board this afternoon. Shug McGahee had integration with a victory earlier on in the card. Off to a good start to this Belmont at the Big A meeting, and more work to do coming up on this Thursday card when our Fox Sports 2 coverage continues after a break. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We will not have a Triple Crown on the line, but we will have the Derby winner back for the third and final leg of this year's Triple Crown of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Golden Tempo passing on the Preakness will show up June 6th at Saratoga Springs. You can get your tickets to be part of the final Belmont at historic Saratoga, where you just saw on the screen.
It looks like we'll have the 1-2 finishers from the Derby. Renegade pointing to the Belmont Stakes as well, bypassing the Preakness, so that'll be a fun rematch.
BelmontStakes.com/tickets. Crude Velocity, will he line up in the Preakness? Maybe the most exciting 3-year-old we have in the country right now for Bob Baffert. He was 0.61 seconds off a track record in the Pat Day Mile.
He was really impressive in the Pat Day Mile. Might have been the most impressive performance on the day. And if he runs in the Preakness, then I'm certain he'll be favored in there. I thought even if Golden Tempo ran, there might be a chance that Crude Velocity would be the favorite.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm really curious to see what he does stretching out, but he's very good.
Yeah, excited to see where he lands. It'll be terrific if we see him in the Preakness. But what a talent. Horseshoe Indie Race 3, 6 furlongs, $30,000 maiden claiming group. Let's go out to Rachel.
Thank you, guys. The 4 being out of here, we've got 5 betting interests, and this time I'm just going to stick to my top 3. I actually, in the last race, liked the look of the 5 the best. I had the 4 on top of my tip sheet, but going off looks in this race, the 2, I think, looked phenomenal. But my top selection, we'll start with here, the 6, Disappear. Disappear is trained by Byron Hughes, and he is here today. Got to talk to him a little bit in the paddock. Rodney is a man of very few words, and I'm telling you, Disappear and Rodney Prescott, the jockey, do look to be a good match is what Byron said. He said they're a good match together, Rachel. Because what a classy 4-year-old colt by Good Magic. I mean, he just stood in there like this is not his first start. And when you've got a horse, you know, that is making a first-time start, you definitely want to make sure to pay attention to the cues. And this guy just seemed almost a little bit too laid back. But once Rodney got on his back, man, they just looked cool, confident, and collected. I really liked that work as well. Obviously, on May 1st, it was 48-1, and it was a gate work, which I think is very important here, of course, for a first-time starter. They're all Kentucky breds in this field, except the 5 is the lone New Yorker. So if anyone's watching from New York, or we do have some New Yorkers on the desk, I think, I want to put a little money on that one. But moving to the Exodus Twist, as they're kind of heading to the gate now, I just think looked so amazing. And if we're going to go off the last race, the horse that was on its toes the most and looked like it felt the best was the one that won. And if that's the case, it's the 2 in here, the Exodus Twist. Rogelio Labra has this one conditioned and ready to go, but he's, 2 of 7, and I get that that's kind of tough, but he just looked very, very nice. And he has some early speed, so that could probably benefit him. And then I'm going to throw in Chatterfield for a little bit of value. Right now on the tote board at 10-1, he's racing in bubble screens over his eyes, and I didn't get to catch up with the connections that are here with the 3. I was kind of wondering about that, but first time Lasix for this one, hasn't been running on it and is adding it for the first time today, so I think that could be a big wake-up call for the 3 here. They're at the gate for the 3rd in Indiana. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Even money on that first timer, the expensive son of Good Magic, who was bought for $725,000. This is not where you want to wind up for your debut with that purchase price.
No, he may win here, but certainly not a good sign to see debuting at this price. We'll see what he does do, as he is taking a lot of the attention, at least now, on the 3 Chatterfield, being pretty bad going into the gate now. Rachel touched on bubble wrap over his eyes, goggles, I'm guessing. This is a horse that ran on synthetic and turf, probably hates kickback. Into the gate they go. John Dooley with the call in the 3rd, Horseshoe Indie.
Grotto and Crab Crunch, our first 2 sprint winners. All in mind. And they're off. The Exodus Twist out to an alert start. Good speed from Chatterfield with a white cap. Disappear on the far outside. Also right there is Thunder Tinker, and toward the rail, High as the Sky has dropped back to last. It's the Exodus Twist with Santo Sanjor. The Exodus Twist has the speed to lead them past the half-mile pole, 3.5 lengths ahead of Chatterfield, who now chases Disappear third on the outside at the 3.5. Then it's a break to Thunder Taker, and High as the Sky remains last of the quintet. The opening quarter for the Exodus Twist in 22.48 seconds. The Exodus Twist with inside 3 furlongs to go as Chatterfield tries to inch in. Here's the quarter pole for the Exodus Twist. Chatterfield second on the outside. 8 lengths away to Disappear, who straightens away in third. High as the Sky on the far outside, and Thunder Taker. Half mile in 45.52 seconds with Santo Sanjor. The Exodus Twist has opened up a margin on them, pulling clear from Chatterfield by 7 lengths. Coming past the 16th pole, it's the Exodus Twist. The Exodus Twist rolls out to the maiden ranks, 1 by 8. Thunder Taker was second, High as the Sky third, then Chatterfield and Disappear.
Speed a weapon, Exodus Twists. Yeah, just dominates this group for maiden 30 here in race 3.
It went right to the lead, and it was pretty much over from there as he just extended that margin, building off of that second place finish after getting beat as the favorite last time. He ended up going off co-favored at even money, and he was far better than the first time starter.
Career start number 8 for the Exodus Twist. Yeah, easy time of things. We'll have those prices for you in a moment. Long way back to Thunder Taker. The first timer winds up second. Back to New York. White Smoke Rising. Start number 2 and picture time. Charlie Baker, Albert Freed, and John Velasquez.
Definitely built off of that first race. He was ready, coming back off a little bit of a layoff as well, and sat just behind the pace setter and was able to kick away from a first-time starter who was pretty green and one to watch moving forward. But White Smoke Rising ran back to that debut, and good to see John Velasquez riding here. I know it's been intermittent, but always fun to see Johnny V.
Yeah, absolutely. So gets a W here. Maggie, good call on the correct Chad Brown runner. Cite your sources, the one who ran better. And yeah, one to keep your eyes on next time out. 7-2-1, 3-5 favorite with a victory to start the pick 4 as we stretch out on the lawn here. Mile and a 16th outer turf in this maiden claiming event coming up next. And Shug McGahee White, wow, 'Tis the Lady has opened up as a mild favorite early on in the wagering here.
And this is an interesting race. It's a maiden claiming for $90,000. So it's unlikely that a lot of horses will be claimed or picked up out of this race, but is technically a class drop. So I think a smart move and some options for horses like 'Tis the Lady, who I saw down at Tampa and liked 2 starts back, but she really disappointed in her most recent effort.
We're going to take a timeout. We're going to see more of this man when we come back. Dylan Davis back in action on one of the key contenders in race 6. He'll be on Just Tell Ann for Ray Handel when we return. Stay with us.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. So one horse
race, National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
And we're going to see a West Point runner coming up who is the current favorite right now in this 6th race. 'Tis the Lady for Shug McGahee. Jose Lezcano will ride. There's the one. What do you think here?
Well, she is getting a bit of a drop in class, and she just was so far back last time, and I think it was in part because of the post. Now, AC beaten 9.5 lengths. The winner, Parfois, was incredibly impressive that day and won by 6 1/4. So she actually, in the grand scheme of things, wasn't really beat by that much. But I think that she has improved since switching to the grass. We'll see how those Tampa races do translate coming up here to New York.
It's been all sprints for Mermaid so far. Grandma could certainly route. Can Mermaid do it? Stretch now for the first time. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, Greg. I think at least, she projects to have a possible pace advantage here if they decide to be aggressive with her stretching out, and I think they should be. But at the end of the day, she is built so much more like the proverbial sprinter. I mean, she is compact, really built downhill, and furthermore, she's gotten a bit hot and very aggressive in her demeanor here in the paddock. So, last time she actually broke on top, but because she broke outwardly being in the outside post, Manny Franco had to correct her a bit, and then she traveled 2 to 3 wide, and really in a race where no one changed positions, as the second time she was a beaten favorite. So they're trying something new here. I get it, but I just don't see her, at least on the surface of things, from my perspective, looking at horses physically, her being able to stretch out successfully. As we'll move on to another horse who is coming to us by way of Tampa. That's number 6, Love on the Left Bank. Now, she is a 4-year-old, and the only other time I saw her was when she was making her stateside debut as a 3-year-old. She's still a bit smaller, but that's kind of the sire line with Invincible Spirit. They don't tend to be the biggest types, but she is a lot stronger. And going back to her last race, they ran such a slow internal fraction of that half mile in 51. 50 and change, and she was a little headstrong behind the pace that day. She got over to the rail, and Pop Art, who got to set that dawdling pace, was the favorite. And I thought, you know, she had to wait at the quarter pole to kind of get out and around horses. She really was the only horse making up ground. So a race where I thought it was a little bit better than, you know, the number might give off, or the running line might give off. And I do like what I'm seeing from her here in the paddock. So hopefully she can pull the right kind of trip as she returns to New York. Moving on to a first-time starter for Chad Brown. That's number 7, Playing Games. Now, Charlatan's kind of an odd one in that so far his numbers have shown that his progeny are best sprinting, whether it's on the turf or the dirt. They do hold the best percentages there. For instance, turf sprinting, he's 18%, whereas going long on the turf, he's only 7%. But looking at this filly, there isn't much immediate pedigree, but the dam is half to Takeover Target, who is a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. And she's so laid back here in the paddock. Well, there's not much size, and look, she is not the best looking. And for a filly who has spent her winter down at Payson, she should look way better in her coat, to be fair. But she does have a massive turf hoof to her, and she fits the conditions well, at least here, Greg. So with riders getting up, we'll see if she continues to take some nibbles or if she's giving off the stay away first time out here vibes on the board.
Doesn't seem, riders up here, doesn't seem like a ton of turf pedigree for the 7, but Chad Brown usually doesn't need a lot of turf pedigree to win on the grass.
No, and as Maggie touched on, there is a little bit if you kind of dig through, but you know, it is interesting. I know a lot of really sharp agents and people that have been around horses that are convinced that the progeny of Charlatan are going to be good 3-year-olds or even 4-year-olds, that they just need some more time and maybe distance. So curious to see. We'll see how it plays into this one.
Here is the Shug McGahee West Point runner, Tis the Lady.
Gives a bit of a drop in class. Hopefully she can get herself into the race a little bit better than she did last time, now being drawn to the inside versus far outside.
Battle winner for Jenna Antonucci.
She was off very slow on debut. See if she breaks sharper second time out.
Mermaid stretching out for the first time here in career start number 5. The second dam was a multiple graded stakes winner routing.
Abaco was this one, as Maggie touched on. She actually did break sharply, though, outward in her first start, but that race was controlled by Bourbon Betty. See if she's forward today.
Here's Dylan Davis for Ray Handel and Just Tell Ann.
And one that switched back to the turf last time out. She was pretty far back that day as well.
Miguel Clement Barn with Manny Franco, love on the left bank.
She's been right there knocking at the door, and she has had some rough trips where she has been pace compromised down at Tampa. See how the race does play out today.
First time starter, Maggie touched on for Chad Brown, Playing Games.
This daughter of Charlatan, who does come up from Payson. She went over to have her last work at Monmouth, actually, before shipping in here to New York.
Late rider change on the 8. It's the apprentice Dalila Rivera on Pay the Bills.
And this one stretching back out in distance. At times when going longer, she has shown the ability to be a little bit forward.
Yeah, ignore that graphic. It is Rivera. And then Leilani Liu, interesting from the outside, getting back on grass for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, first time on turf since the fall. They tried her on dirt a couple times. She ran pretty well in her first dirt start, so gave her another try. But she's a turf horse, and so gets back to what appears to be her preferred surface.
5 minutes to post here in this 6 as we get back to love on the left bank. And there's Manny Franco. So this one favored right now in a race where there's really no standout. Let's go back to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, she finished 3rd this day. And as Maggie said, Pop Art was kind of able to control this race, and it just didn't really set up for the way that she runs. She always comes with a rally. She always finishes. Just sometimes the dynamics of the race are a little bit against her. And maybe while she physically hasn't grown a ton since being here in America, she has settled a ton mentally and has really kind of figured out American racing so far. So see what kind of setup she gets today.
So she's the 3-1 favorite here. Manny Franco will be aboard. Meanwhile, Mermaid, second choice at 7-2. what was your take on this one being able to go a little bit longer?
Well, I was in the paddock for her last time, and I wrote compact, not huge, which is never really very encouraging for one stretching out in distance. She is built more like a sprinter, but again, tactically, I think that's where it really comes into play. If she is able to get comfortable on the front end, because she does have a bit of gate speed, even though she settled from there, but she came off of a little bit of a layoff last time as well, had that outside post. The race was controlled by Bourbon Betty, so we'll see if, again, the stretch out and her running style play to her strengths. Just not sold about her being able to see out the distance.
3 minutes away from the 6th here, coming up on the lawn at a mile and a 16th. Let's go back to Maggie.
I think the betting public has the right favorite as of now as we approach post time in number 6, Love on the Left Bank. I think collectively she has run the faster and better races of this grouping and does make a lovely impression. But taking a look at 2 horses sitting at about the same sort of odds, 5.5 to 1, beginning with number 5, Just Tell Ann. Now, she returned to the turf down at Keeneland, and she was kind of traveling between horses mid-pack. She had to go up the rail, and it just felt like being on the rail at Keeneland or trying to make those inside runs on the turf there wasn't necessarily ideal. So she did lack a bit of a kick, but that was coming off of a layoff. My problem with her is that she has just not gone on from 2 to 3. She's, my first notes when she debuted up in Saratoga just said a bit backwards. And while she's developed a bit, a bit more streamlined and athletic, she just hasn't grown or filled out at all. So I thought an effort back to the turf that was somewhat better than it might look on paper, and she could possibly build off of it, but I don't see where she has looking at her physically. I think number 9, Leilani Liu, is a little bit interesting and a decent alternative to the favorite. I'm going to land on her. If you look at her first 2 turf races, they were pretty good, and I'm not, totally sure what happened other than maybe getting into a bit of a duel on the front end in that last start on the turf back in November. But also, the courses at that point, they had weathered the entire year. They were a bit, cut. I don't want to say cut up per se, but they were just weathered, and it was colder, and the ground just becomes deader at that point. And so it may have not been to her liking. She looks excellent coming off a bit of a freshening here and back to the turf today for Carlos Martin. She does wear a hood. I remember first time out, she was a total handful, getting razzed up by the energy of the Saratoga crowd that day, but she's kept a lid on it. She was very calm in the paddock, got on her toes a little bit here on track, but nothing bad. And I really like the way that she's gone on. She comes back here looking fit and ready to go, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 2 to 1 favorite now, the 6. Love on the Left Bank. As you get a look there at Maggie's selection, Leilani Liu getting back on grass here for Carlos Martin. And John Velasquez will look to go back-to-back.
She ran a very fast race in her second start. Her first 2 races, actually, she got good figures, running a 70 buyer, and maybe using her speed a little bit too much in that November race. But if you look just at those first 2 starts with natural progression from 3 to 4, you'd expect she should fit nicely in here.
Meanwhile, Love on the Left Bank. Manny Franco adjusting those goggles. Mile and a 16th on the lawn here. 'Tis the Lady. Shug McGahee, West Point, 7-1. This one opened up as the favorite. It's 7-2 and now 7-1.
A big price on her right now, and there is a question if she is really good enough and how do those races stack up. But we have seen that sometimes the speed figures down at Tampa, turf and dirt, are maybe not necessarily as quick, but often there is some quality in there. And I think she faced some very good horses in her last race in particular. So I am curious to see how they do stack up, because sometimes those races can be a bit better than they initially appear.
Yeah, Parfois was dominant for Chad Brown. That was her state's debut. As we get set for the 6th, we send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
As aboard. All set. And they're off. Mermaid right to the front and sprints clear. It's Mermaid on the lead. Leilani Liu broke outward, now collects herself, is moved up to a close-up second. At the rail is going to be Battle Winner, and that's the front trio. In between horses, that's Just Tell Ann in the 4th position with the orange cap. Out wider 3 wide. That's Love on the Left Bank, who's now a stalking 5th. Just behind them at the rail is Tis the Lady, a shared 6th and 7th with the debuter Playing Games. And Pay the Bills is the trailer, but Pay the Bills is on an early move. 24.19, that opening quarter mile. Mermaid with the advantage. Mermaid up by 3/4 of a length. Leilani Liu is right there in second. Still moving forward, Love on the Left Bank, and there's Pay the Bills. Dalila Rivera, handful there with Pay the Bills, who's just moving forward out in the center of the course. Saving all the ground is Battle Winner. That's the leading 5. Tis the Lady at the back end of the field with Playing Games and Just Tell Ann. They're tightly packed, though, with less than a half mile to go. 49.41 for the half-mile time. Mermaid with the advantage. Ricardo Santana Jr. front running up by a half length. Leilani Liu and John Velasquez ready to challenge now within a neck of the leader. No move yet from Battle Winner at the rail looking for room. In between horses, that's Love on the Left Bank and Ask for More is Pay the Bills out wider. Playing Games starts to launch a rally from the back end of the field. Tis the Lady, and the trailer is still Just Tell Ann. It's Mermaid still in front. Battle Winner rail run is trying to come after the leader, but Mermaid starts to open up here. Love on the Left Bank is starting to rally on now. It's Mermaid who's approaching a final 16th. Love on the Left Bank, and now moving to the outside. Here comes Battle Winner who's finding more. Mermaid looking for the line. Mermaid will take them all the way. Mermaid wins it over Battle Winner. Then a tight photo there. Tis the Lady with a late rally with Love on the Left Bank.
Mermaid, turns out she wanted to go longer. Stretch out to a mile and a 16th and able to get the win. Goes off at 9-2.
It was able to control things, and she was able to extend her lead. Some late rallies from a couple of horses there late, but at 9-2, she was able to finish, and a much improved effort at a big price from the 3 Battle Winner, who checked in second at 37-1.
37-1, yeah, on your runner-up. So Mermaid with the victory, 9-2, upset here in the 6th. And you said, and it's true, I mean, this $90,000 maiden claiming race are usually pretty safe. One did get taken. The 5, Just Tell Ann.
One claim in the race, and this one getting picked up. So see what barn she ends up moving to. But Mermaid able to control and gets the win at 9-2.
Under Ricardo Santana Jr. We'll have the prices when we come back from this 6th. Back to the main track in race 7. We'll set that up when we return. Tony Dutrow, Ricardo Santana Jr. with Mermaid on the stretch out here in the 6th. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Ricardo Santana Jr. picture time with the victory, stretching out here with 3-year-old filly Mermaid going longer for the first time.
Yeah, she got the win here and was a decisive victory, finishing up for the victory. There is an inquiry between the 3 and the 6. The 3 battle winner was on the rail in the yellow cap. The 6 up on the left bank is in the green cap. The 3 battle winner did come out significantly and actually ended up making contact.
So here it is, gold cap continuing. Whoa, that's a long way, and yeah.
She traveled 3 or 4 paths there in the stretch.
So Stewart's taking, and they've been looking at this while we've been away at break. There it is. And a pretty good bump right there. So unofficially, 4-3-1-6, and we'll see if this 3 does get taken down. And obviously it would be placed behind the 6, so that would change things significantly here. We'll wait and give you that decision. To Horseshoe Indie in the meantime, race 4. Post time coming up. We have an even money favorite in the 4, now 6-5 as I say that. Gatling Girl will be making her 4-year-old return. 3-time winner coming up in the state-bred conditioned allowance race. Let's go to Rachel.
All right, you guys, I honestly had this race completely different before the scratches. I had 5, 6, 7. Obviously, with the scratches, I had to change everything. So I actually have it 7, 4, 3 here in this race. So if I'm going to go, honestly, on what I've had the last 2 races, by looks alone, I do like the 7. Another one that was just on her toes, moving very nicely. Jose Gutierrez, who is our apprentice of our 2026 apprentice jockey of the year 2025, I should say, I'm sorry. He said gets along with her really well. I said she looks to be almost a little nervous type, very alert in the paddock, ears pricked. They had to saddle her at the opening of the paddock where they walk in, which is the farthest away from all the horses, just because I think that she gets a little nervous and she's a little antsy. But I did talk to trainer of the 7 Unbridled Sabbath, and John Heron, Mr. Irish accent. I always get a joy to talk to John. He said, I'm just looking to be up close. If you go back to some of these efforts last year in June and July, this horse really runs well sprinting on dirt, even had a win by a nose on the slop sprinting. A couple of nice races on the turf as well. So I just feel like she's very versatile if they can keep her calm. But Jose said they get along really well and he's not really worried about it. As they're heading to the gate, we'll talk about that favorite that you alluded to, Gatling Girl. Luis Contreras, what a classy guy. I started asking him how he felt about the race, and he said, Rachel, you know all this. And I said, but they want to hear it from you. And Luis said, fine, I'm just going to really probably follow the speed. The inside a little bit, the 1 has some speed. There's some speed with the 7 on the outside, so Luis said he's just going to track them and hope he has enough at the wire. So for me, it looks like it's going to be a 7-4 exacta all day long. The 5, Smokin' Justice, has some talent here, obviously, that got scratched. So with that coming out, it's really kind of changed the landscape of the race. So 7 Unbridled Sabbath for me, and my exacta, the 4 here. And then I throw in the 3 right now on the tote board. 2-1, getting some action here. It's kind of chalky, but I like Wins Forever as well. The 3 coming off a few seconds and a 3rd. Back to you guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you. Real quick, just want to tell everyone there was a change at Aqueduct. There it is on the board. The 3 was taken down. It was originally 4-3-1-6, now 4-1-6-3. That runner caused the interference placed behind the Miguel Clement runner there. Love on the left bank. But meanwhile, back to this race. What do you think of Wins Forever, the 3? That was off the bench, that performance. But if some of these, like the 4, like the 7, produced their best race, would need to step forward.
Yeah, she would. If you go back to her last win back in May of last year, so nearly a year ago, it would kind of put her around an even playing field, see if she can build off of that last race. She did run for 8,000 before the layoff, and it's certainly not going to be a Herculean effort in this field, but thought that Gatling Girl, layoff aside, had just run faster races. And even Unbridled Sabbath, who Rachel touched on, she has a lot of speed. Didn't show it last time, but see if she gets to the front today.
Pick 5 starts here. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
Roll seasonal bow. Six to 5 on Gatling Girl. One more. Armbrado Sabbath, Jose Gutierrez. A 5-pound apprentice with 63 career wins. They're in the gate. And they're off. Armbrado Sabbath caught a flyer. She's My Huckleberry showing good speed now to head off Armbrado Sabbath with Irving Moncada. She's My Huckleberry to the early lead, establishes by 2.5 from Armbrado Sabbath and Gatling Girl right there toward the inside. So first run of 2026 for Gatling Girl, who's now in second from Armbrado Sabbath, back into third going past the half-mile pole, where She's My Huckleberry is the overall leader. The trailers are Dreaming Girl and in the old red cap, Wentz River is last of the 5 with 13 wins between them and 3 furlongs left to go. The quarter for She's My Huckleberry, leading at 27-1, was 22.64 seconds. She's My Huckleberry. There's Unbridled Sabbath, who's made a strong bid now for Jose Gutierrez as the fillies of mare turn for home. It's Unbridled Sabbath. Gatling Girl now up into second from She's My Huckleberry. We trail back to Dreaming Girl, and Wentz Forever is last. Top of the lane, half mile, 46.14 seconds. Gatling Girl descends on Unbridled Sabbath. Deep in the final furlong, Wentz River is now in third, then Dreaming Girl and She's My Huckleberry dropped away tamely. With Luis Contreras, Gatling Girl comes back on top. 1 by 5 from Unbridled Sabbath. Dreaming Girl was third, then Wentz River and She's My Huckleberry was last home.
Gatling Girl, the 4-year-old return to the races. Successful, now 4 for 9 lifetime.
And she just run faster races than the others that she was facing in here and ended up getting the job done at 6 to 5. Also at 6 to 5 was the number 7 Unbridled Sabbath, who second off of the layoff, I think was able to hold on for second, but no doubt about the winner, Gatling Girl off the bench. The class prevailed.
So Gatling Girl, successful in her 4-year-old return at 6 to 5. As the co-favorite in that race. Race 6, told you there was a change. 4-1-6-3 finish. I believe you and Andy going to bring that to everyone. I'm going to say goodbye.
Yeah,
Andy
short
stepping
and
in.
Sweet.
Yes. Enjoyed being with you though. You're going to scoot over?
Yes, I'm gonna slide over there and let Andy have his spot back.
All right, timeout. These two will take you the rest of the way when Andy steps on board. No Kentucky Derby winner, but some new faces showing up, including Crupper won that Bathhouse Road to punch the ticket to the Preakness. Of course, Crude Velocity, exciting 3-year-old. Stay tuned.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. Glad to have you with us as we welcome back in Andy Sterling, and I have slid over to the other side of the desk, so good to be reunited.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
I know. Haven't seen you in days.
I know.
Spent a little time in Saratoga, setting up your place in Saratoga.
Yes,
Nice.
all set up. Barn is open. I was just telling you, it was so exciting to go up there and get all the good restaurants that we love. It is a special place as well. Feels like spring
Did you
is
get
coming.
the ham and cheese sandwich at Mrs. London's? Because
I don't eat meat, but Miguel had it actually.
Yes. Michelle Yu buys one of those when she comes up every
Really?
time. Yes.
Let's go to. We did
And
it
I
with
eat
a
half of it.
tomato soup. It was pouring on Wednesday up in Saratoga. Did the tomato soup at Mrs. London's. It's fantastic. Taking a look at the probables for the Preakness Stakes coming up, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, and interesting to see how it does play out. Taj Mahal, a horse that has had all three of his starts at Laurel Park, including winning the Tessio last time out. A win and you're in for the Preakness.
And he's a talented horse, but with the presence of Napoleon Solo at the very least, it's going to be a very different pace scenario for him. And I think he's shown that he needs to get the lead. And I love the way Sheldon Russell rode him this race. He had a far outside post, and he didn't want to fool around. Unlike so many riders that want to rate speed horses, Sheldon understood that this horse needs to lead to run his best race. And he ran very well. He's a talented horse, no doubt. And, it's unusual to see a horse this good for SF Racing with Brittany Russell, as Bob Baffert usually has their best horses. And I'm not saying he's their best horse, but he's pretty good. But I do think this pace scenario at Pimlico is shaping up to be pretty quick, which might make the decision with Golden Tempo a little more questionable, because likely going to be a fast pace in this race.
Yeah, it
Pretty
does
Boy
look
Maya?
to be. Does look to be that way. There's plenty of horses with some early speed, and another horse that did win a race that got him a chance to run in the Preakness, that's Crupper, who won the Bathhouse Row at Oaklawn Park. Maggie, I know you got a chance to see him up close that day. Took him a little bit of time to break his maiden, but it seems like he's kind of broken through now onto this level.
Yeah, but the thing with him, though, Acacia, is that his best performances have come when he's forwardly placed. He is a big, good-looking son of Candy Ride, and his trainer, Kelly Van Hemmel, has trained most of the family on the bottom side, so he's well aware of this horse's potential. And as he also said, you know, early on, he was just kind of a frame of a horse, and it's taken him a while to develop. Now, he was tenacious with this victory. He fought off and fended off waves of challengers in that Bathhouse Row. So I do think there is a possible forward move in this guy, who he'll have to find that to be competitive in this Preakness, but he's also going to have to show possibly a different dimension to win. Obviously, he's a horse that just feels maybe where you put him early is where he's going to stay in the running of a race, but he's one that I'm interested in to see how he does. There is potential. I don't know if we'll see it, though, in the Preakness.
He adds another interesting layer, Maggie, thank you, as she touched on with the way that pace could potentially play out. And it seems like some of the more interesting horses are horses that like to be more forward.
Yeah, if Crupper is in the Super, then the Preakness winner, the Derby winner, Golden Tempo, made a real mistake not running.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. Looking forward to seeing how the field does shape up for the Preakness Stakes, middle jewel of the Triple Crown. We have New York breds in the paddock for race 7. Belmont at the Big A, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. That's a look at 10 Cent Town, who is currently the 4-5 favorite. First off the claim for Brad Cox. And this horse has been in really good form recently, Andy, and he's been in some very sharp claiming outfits as well.
Yeah, this is about as ridiculous an odds-on favorite as you'll probably see in your lifetime at the racetrack. Now, I imagine he's not going to be that priced by post time, and who knows, maybe he's going to move forward off the claim for Brad Cox. This one's for Michael Dubb. More of the claiming success in New York has been the Sandy Goldfarb horses, though he has had success for Mike Dubb claiming horses. comes out of a race that had a blanket finish, as we're going to see here. That's usually not a great sign. To be honest, if I took anybody out of their race, I would take the 4 Clancy Fancy over this one, a horse who can be forward and at least finally showed a little bit of life for Manny Franco riding him. But I mean, 10 Cent Town could obviously win this race. I have no idea what about him makes him an overwhelming favorite in this race.
Very short price. And you do have some horses off of layoffs, Maggie, including the number 1, Share the Loot, who's also cutting back.
Yeah, he is cutting back, and he faced a pretty salty field last time out in his last race of his 3-year-old campaign, which was the Alex M. Robb. And I mean, facing horses like Doc Sullivan and Bank Frenzy, yeah, you're probably not going to run that well. So Mel Giddings gave him some time off, has been preparing him down in our South Florida base at Palm Meadows, and getting back to what he has shown he can be competitive at, and at the next logical condition, this 2X for New York breds. Boy, physically, he stacks up really well with the competition. He's always been a bigger horse. I feel as though he may have grown again here. He looks fit. He looks incredibly defined. I know, and it's a good point that I remember Andy bringing up earlier on the simulcast show Talking Horses, that Mel Giddings is more successful with her runners up in Saratoga. That's where she's based. You know, typically throughout the summer months. She's probably moved up there now, as this horse has 2 workouts there. But we'll see how he does. He makes an excellent impression on me here. I will say, though, do heed that the front wraps go on for this 4-year-old return. Then an unknown commodity when it comes to facing fellow New York breds is number 2, Village Person, for Steve Caceres. I haven't seen him run many horses here as of late, but always respect whatever he brings to the NYRA table. Village Person, a little bit on the smaller side, you know, so there's some, you know, older horses in here that have been around a little bit longer and have made more starts than Village Person. So that kind of shows, at least in what I see from him physically. And he is coming off of a layoff, so might need a start here overall just to kind of strengthen up, gives that impression. But while there is some other speed in here, he's going to have to kind of be the one in that what can potentially be the uncomfortable position from chasing from the inside. He was in that position last time, and he was able to get out, and he was definitely second best behind a gate-to-wire winner at Colonial. But I was hoping to be a little bit more impressed with what I'm seeing from him in the paddock for me to take him here. Guys?
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. As we'll take a look at the last race for Village Person. I love the name. Very
clever name.
By Mucho Macho Man out of Classic Melody. What did you see from this race?
I see a horse that's never faced New York breds for a very good trainer. Now he's got to bring his form from out of town. Probably got to improve on it a little bit to win the race, but not that much. I think he's run well in his races. I believe he can be forward. There's not an abundance of speed unless suddenly 10 Cent Town is a lot faster than he's been in the past. Not that he can't be forward in here, but I thought this horse could be forward with Kendrick. I'd like to see him ride aggressively, and thought he was an interesting new player facing New York breds the first time. But there's a very, very competitive race where you really can make a case for everybody. And 19-1 in Clancy Fancy is utterly insane, as is even money on the 3 and now 4-5. The 3's a horse who can win, but there is nothing that says on paper that he should be an odds-on favorite in this race.
Clancy Fancy wasn't that far behind 10 Cent Town last time either.
Why is he 18-1 and 10 Cent Town is 4-5? Unless maybe they ran this race already and everybody betting him knows it and he won, because it makes no sense based on their PPs. Unless there's just this incredible assumption he's going to make a big step forward for Brad Cox. Maybe he will.
See how it plays out. Let's meet the field, beginning with the number 1, Share the Loot, who is cutting back in distance off the bench.
He's got good races. There's no doubt about it. He's got races that make him competitive. But I will stick by the fact that overall we have seen Mel's horses run better up in Saratoga. Doesn't mean he can't win, though.
This horse did have his last couple of works up there. There's Village Person making his 4-year-old debut.
I picked him. I think 9-2, 5-1 is a fair price on a horse that's talented.
Next will be your favorite, even money on 10 Cent Town off the claim.
Yeah, picking winners, regardless of what you may read on Twitter, is not the name of the game. The name of the game is trying to find value. I don't believe this horse is anywhere near value at even money, but maybe he takes a big step forward off the claim, and maybe they know.
And mention the overlay on Clancy Fancy, second off the claim for Ilkay Cantromasi.
Yeah, he stays this price. I'm going to have to lose a few dollars on him because he is good enough at his best to be competitive here.
There's the 5, Thrill of It, just missed last time out.
I don't like the race that he's coming out of, which includes the number 8, Lots of trouble, but I will say it's his best race he's run in a long time. He has not won in a while, and he's
It's
a price.
been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle. That had to be a tough beat that day. 6 is out. There's the 7 Disarmed.
The problem with Disarmed is he's a horse who's best on the front end, and he's unlikely to see it here. He's 8-1, though, and he's got nothing but races fast enough to win here. He's a massive overlay, in my opinion.
Also returning to New York bred company, and Dalila Rivera has been aggressive. There's lots of trouble. Got that win a couple races back over Thrill of It.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's impossible, but I don't like the rider change on him and prefer others.
That's the other for the El Cantor Masi barn. Let's take a look at the 10 Cent Town race that also includes Clancy Fancy. Yes, 10 Cent Town got the win this day, but as mentioned, Clancy Fancy not that far behind him, and there is a big disparity in price.
Yeah, I just don't understand the price difference. I think we've already seen that race, haven't we?
Oh, did we? Sorry.
Yeah, I think we already saw that race.
They told me that we had paint.
Yeah,
I'm clearly off my game hosting. What race are we looking at?
Listen,
The 8.
it was the
We're looking
rain
at
in
the replay for the
Saratoga.
8.
You know, it was rough. I thought he was talking about that race. Doesn't really matter.
We've moved on now. The moment's passed.
Yeah, I think we're looking at Disarmed right now, who just dropped down to 6-1 from 8-1. He is, if you go through his career, I believe I think he's had the lead in all but one of the races that he's won. Having said that, he's won 4 times in the dirt. Maybe I was looking at the dirt races. He's good enough to win this race, and he's 6-1, and he has a good outside post, and Dalila Rivera's been riding very, very well. I just don't see him clearing here. I'll tell you one thing. If he clears, he can really win.
He's 6-1. Maggie Disarmed facing New York bred, fellow New York breds for the first time in a while, too.
Because you're never off your game. You're trying to do 3 different rolls back to back to back. It's not easy. It's like going 6 furlongs on the turf to 1.5 miles on the main track. But Disarmed here, I think this horse potentially could get the right break. The right rider. He's outside. I get what Andy's saying. He's probably not fast enough, but at least he's drawn outside. So, you know, it'd be a totally different deal with him if he was drawn in the 1 or 2 hole. He looks exceptionally well here. At least from what I saw from him in the paddock. Wish he got a little bit more of an energetic warm-up. I will be honest there. But I just thought there was a lot of things to like on form, too. He comes out of a race in which I know Radio Red regressed in his Beyer speed figure from that race, a 96 to an 81, but he did take down the Haynesfield. He's entered in the John Nehrude this weekend. So he's faced some nice open company horses throughout his running lines as of late. And physically, while I didn't get to see him for his December or February efforts, he looks great here just from a perspective of his coat, his weight, his strength levels. So like I said, wish he was doing a little bit more in the warm-up, though, as we'll move on to one that is and has done very well in the warm-up, and that is your favorite. At even money is number 3, 10 Cent Town, a horse that sometimes can get a little light in his frame. Not the case, obviously going to Brad Cox, and 2, just warmed up beautifully for Manny Franco, which sometimes I don't love him in warm-ups. He can just look a bit tight, and he's very loose, very, striding out forwardly, kind of stretching out over his back. So just mechanically moving well for him. So he is going to be tough to beat here. I do recognize that, Acacia.
Betting public all over 10 Cent Town. Maggie, thank you. First off the claim for Brad Cox. Both Andy and Maggie, though, taking some alternatives. Village Person for you, Andy, and Disarm for Maggie. You touched on, and I think everybody agreeing, Disarm has a chance, especially with the races that he's run, but questioning if he can clear. How did you see the race setting up?
He's not clearing unless there's a lot of bad riding taking place inside of him, which is not impossible, but not likely. I agree with Maggie. It's better to get an outside post in this situation. It's a fairly obvious concept, but in reality, he's a horse that has performed his best races on the front end. But he's also a horse that has a plethora of speed figures in his relatively recent races that are easily fast enough to win. He's 5-1. The way this race is being bet, there's an they know feeling. There's a feeling that off the claim, the number 3 horse is going to take a step forward and run back to his very best races, which will make him tough to beat. I don't know how you know that, but that's the way he's being bet, so it scares me. But I think as a horse player, you're supposed to go in this race pitch the 3 and try to beat them with the logicals. I've chosen the 2, 4, and 7 as the logical. I'm trying to get them into the exacta and betting against the 3. I'm fully aware that the odds may be meaningful here, but I don't know how anybody could look at this race and say any horse, particularly the 3, should be even money.
Fun group of New York breds coming up here in race 7, sprinting. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Lots of trouble to the outside. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Good beginning from in between horses, Clancy Fancy, but now at the rail, Village Person and also 10 Cent Town. They hook up early. They are nose and nose. Wanted to join them as Clancy Fancy, so plenty of pace on in the early stages. A 3-way battle for the front. At the rail is Share the Loot. Christopher Elliott on the move. They're in 4th, saving all the ground to the inside behind this battling trio. Disarmed is in 5th. Towards the back end, lots of trouble while wide, and Thrill of It is the trailer. 22.38, a pressured opening quarter mile and into the turn. 10 Cent Town with a nose advantage. At the rail, it's Village Person. 3 wide still is Clancy Fancy. Just in behind them, a menacing presence here from Share the Loot. Christopher Elliott's had a nice journey so far, if good enough, is in the 4th spot and looking for a seam. Shoved along is Village Person. Village Person still battles it out there with 10 Cent Town to the outside with a nose in front. Share the Loot is trying to pick them up, is buried on the inside. Clancy Fancy starts to make up some ground, and from far out of it, Disarmed is starting to roll there with lots of trouble, but the front 2 still duking it out. 10 Cent Town with a head in front. Not going away is Village Person. Lots of trouble is trying to join them late as they're inside the final 16th. Village Person, 10 Cent Town. Village Person will win it. Village Person in a hard-fought battle wins it over 10 Cent Town. Lots of trouble in Clancy Fancy at 1:16.39.
It was a battle. The Village Person got the win. Very game inside to hold off your favorite 10 Cent Town.
Can't knock Steve Laceras because his horse has made $124,000 so far, and won his non-winners of 1 against Opens. But I think that Steve's probably thinking, you know, I could have won these New York bred conditions, and then I could have gone against Opens. But terrific ride by Kendra, not intimidated at all by the speed of 10 Cent Town, and he just would not give up. These 2 horses ran very, very well in here. 10 Cent Town shouldn't have been that price, but he did run well. The 8 ran well to pick up the pieces, but nobody else showed up, and they were moving up front in here, and first time against New York breds gets it done.
Found his friends, came in with fellow New York breds today. Big late rally, as you saw, from the 8. Lots of trouble on the outside. The 4 Clancy Fancy kind of just ran in place. He was there for 4th, as you mentioned. The ones behind them never really picked up any of the pieces.
It's amazing that not a single horse out of the 8 made any kind of run in this race, right? I mean, the 1 Share the Loot. Now, I think we're going to have to, Maggie and I are going to have to test the thing and see if Share the Loot's a horse that comes back on Belmont Stakes weekend up in Saratoga and maybe runs a better race, because maybe he just needed that race off the layoff. And, you know, Disarm showed he's just not effective at all stalking.
2, 3, 8, 4 in the 7th Belmont at the Big A, and soon we'll be able to say Belmont Park. The countdown to the new Belmont continues. The fall stakes schedule released today. We'll talk about some of the things to look forward to after this.
We're back on America's Day at the races, and of course, we're all looking forward to the new Belmont Park construction well underway. We are on schedule. Opening day, Friday, September 18th. Absolutely can't wait to be able to be over there. It's been really fun, Andy, seeing the courses laid, seeing...
Well, you see them.
Yes, well, I've been over there. Yes, I've been over there on the backside, so kind of seeing the grandstand go up, and I think once you saw, from my vantage point, once you saw the glass go in on the grandstand, that's when you're kind of like, oh wow.
It's a very exciting time, especially for racing in New York, and it's going to be so great to get back to the new Belmont Park.
It is, of course, we're looking forward to opening day, Friday, September 18th. Going to be a massive day with the Jockey Club Gold Cup to take place on that afternoon as well. And here are some of the highlights, kind of the traditional, as it should be, Belmont Fall Meet.
How is the Casa Creed not listed as one of the highlights? You know, the November 1st Casa Creed, or the Bricks and Mortar, two named stakes, but those are
I was really
some
excited
of the big
about
races.
some of the new named stakes. I know you and I have, like, the Aqueduct Tournament Championship, Belmont
We gotta
Tournament
find a better
Championship.
name for
There are
those.
so many good horses that have run here in New York, and I love when we get a chance to pay tribute to them.
You know, I was talking to our race secretary, Rod McLennan, about naming these races. It's harder than you think.
It is hard.
And one of the problems was we came up with about 8 names that were Christophe Clement horses. And Rob's like, as much as I like to name every race after a Christophe horse, you can't name all of the races after his horses. Because there's already a disco partner. I was saying...
Pure Sensation.
Pure Sensation should be one of the sprints. But he's like, can we really just keep naming for all of Christophe's horses?
We turn our attention over to Horseshoe Indie, race 5 coming up next. Indiana breds in the spotlight, going a mile here in this allowance. That's a look at the field. I made it 1 to 5, very short price right now as we check in with Rachel.
Hey guys, yeah, all the money on that 7. I'm going to try to beat it though. I'm going to go with Kaboom in this race, the 6. I think that this is a pretty talented group. It's Indiana bred mares, fillies and mares, and I myself am an Indiana bred mare, so I feel like I am just ready to tell you guys exactly what's going to happen here, and let's hope I'm right, because I'll take 8 to 1 over 1 to 5 any day. Kaboom's dropping down a little bit from a mile and a 16th to go to a mile, so I think the cutback in distance is a big one for Kaboom. And then if you go back, she actually had some really nice form here. Now, it was sprinting, but she had a really nice win in the maiden breaking effort, and then she ended up a nice 3rd. She seems pretty calm out there, and she was looking good in the paddock. And then, of course, I got to talk about that 1 to 5. Right now, 1 to 2 going to I Made It. Jose Gutierrez aboard for Stephen Fosdick. And, you know, the one thing that I'm going to say about this one, obviously this horse has talent. Obviously this horse has ran well and finished in the money, not worse than second in the last 4, but those were over on the poly at Turfway Park. This horse is getting back on dirt and obviously has ran here before and had a little bit of success, but I think might like that surface a little better. I also love when you see trainers claiming horses back. So Cipriano Contreras, as we call Sippy around here, Sippy got this horse and then lost it to Steve Fosdick, the trainer now, and then Steve got it back. So they've been training this horse back, and that always interests me. It tells you that they know that that was a good horse. They want it back, and he claimed it back. But now she's an allowance. Those have been, you know, claiming for 8,000. And then I'm going to throw in the 2 Innisfree Last. I have been so lucky today, channeling my inner Maggie Wolfendale. So I'm going to continue to do it, you guys. I handicapped 627 this morning, but I really like the look of the 2 Innisfree Last, trained by John Heron, and gets Alberto Burgos in the irons as they're heading to the gate. Back to you guys.
Yeah, how the 7 is 1 to 2. I'll probably be out to find out. I bet on the 2 Innisfree Last, who is second off a layoff and has plenty of races good enough to win it.
Second off the bench here, 6 to 1 at the moment. Race number 5 from Horseshoe Indie coming up next. The Indiana breds in the spotlight. John Dooley standing by with the call.
Bonnet. Now Irving Moncada with Kaboom. Green, white diamond belt and a white cap, and one more. Jose Gutierrez with I Made It. She won a mile at Turfway Park on the all-weather in January. They're in the gate. They're off. What about now? Racing out toward the front. I Made It showing speed, and nearest the inside, there's Yo to Win, who has pole position for Evan Roman as they charge into the first turn. It's Yo to Win, who's taken the early lead, establishing it by 2 from What About Now, who's second after breaking on top at the 6.5, and his free last is right there keen, and his free last taken back to settle off of heels. I Made It's in the red cap. Break of 2, Tap Bonnet is running in 5th. Amazingness making her 7-year-old seasonal bow. She's 6th on the far outside, and Kaboom has dropped back to last. The opening quarter, 24.92 seconds. Yo to Win leads the mile. Yo to Win in front of What About Now, who's second and close up for Mitchell Murrell, and Jose Gutierrez has I Made It 3 deep uncovered as the Phillies mares make their way into the far turn, and it's free last right there with the rail. Tap Bonnet, Amazingness on the far outside. Amazingness covering a lot of ground, just over 3 furlongs to go, and Kaboom has now picked up Amazingness. Half mile, 48.98 seconds. Yo to Win still to track down as Ennis Free Last is starting to pick up for Alberto Burgos as they're on the edge of the quarter pole. And here's Ennis Free Last, who's sweeping after Yo to Win. I Made It on the front side. Kaboom continues to make steady progress with a white cap. What About Now? Amazingness and Tap Bonnet tailed off 3/4. 1 minute 13.47 seconds. Ennis Free Last has taken the lead from Yo to Win, who's not going down without a fight. Kaboom is now 1 pace third, and What About Now? They're close to home with Alberto Burgos. Ennis Free Last, Yo to Win game. Ennis Free Last. A short head over Yo to Win and a driving finish. Kaboom third, and What About Now? Finish fourth.
And his free last gets the win, just a game there in the stretch. Nice call, Andy and Rachel, who liked this horse as well.
I don't understand how this horse wasn't 5-2 or 3-1. If you look at this horse's races before the layoff, they're all faster than most of the horses in here. I'll never know why the 7, who went up to 3-5 to 8-5, was that price.
Didn't want to step.
I don't really understand Kaboom, to be honest, who finished third. I liked Kaboom cereal as a kid. I was a little worried the 2 was kind of hanging there, and that was a very game performance by You to Win, who looked like she was completely beaten in here. Minutes Free Last, a crazy 8-1.
That's the victory there. Back over in New York, our Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-old in training sale May 18th and 19th after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Are you going? You're going.
I'm not going to that one, no.
Don't you usually go?
I don't usually go to the Maryland
You've
sale.
been, though.
Yes. I've been many times, yes. When I worked the Preakness, I went a lot. It's a fun sale. Village Person got the win in race 7, 10:26 with the victory. Andy's top pick, first time against New York Breds.
That's name of the day.
I know, fantastic.
Excellent name.
I loved it. One last ride on the A Train. Clever title there as we'll see Cadenza in the Take the A Train Stakes coming up this weekend. More on that after this.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge it wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
This is a site Andy and I know well, the A train to Aqueduct. If you're coming in from New York City, no better way to get here. Just make sure you take the Far Rockaway A train, not Lefferts Boulevard.
And you want to get in the back of that train because as you see, it'll be near the stop. One thing I've never understood is why it ends up closer to the Conduit Avenue stop, even though the vast majority of people getting off are getting off in the back
so far.
to get off there. And you know, I've probably walked 100 more miles in the last 20 years coming to Aqueduct because of that. But we'll miss taking the A train out here. It's such a great way, and you've done it many, many times.
Many times. And we loved this race, renamed Take the A Train. I believe last year was the first running of the Take the A Train turf sprint for 3-year-old fillies. Here's a look at this year's rendition, as we'll take a look at Cadenza, who will get back onto the turf. She's 1 for 1 on the grass. She won her turf debut when she switched to the grass back in August as a 2-year-old, and since then she's been running on synthetic at Turfway.
Yeah, has she improved on the synthetic? Has she improved with age? Is the turf the right surface? When she won in Saratoga, she had an absolute dream trip that day. I actually like the Tom Proctor's finish behind her, ran a crazy race at Fairgrounds last time out, but Cadenza might be a horse who's getting better. I don't know that she's a great bet, though, as the favorite.
Manny Franco going to be aboard, this daughter of Charlatan, as she makes her return to the grass. She's 2 to 1 on the morning line. A fun race, part of several stakes that we'll look forward to on Saturday, including the Peter Pan.
Yep, it's fun card on Saturday. Looking forward to it. Good racing.
Absolutely. Hope you'll join us for that. See how the Take the A Train plays out.
Yeah, I was just looking. You and I were talking about today, the upcoming 8th race where Jet Off is 2 to 5. By my estimation, one person bet $25,000 to win on this horse, and that's why he's 2 to 5. I wish that person, I don't know. I bet against the horse, so, but good luck.
This Jet Off, a horse that ran just 6 days ago, was quite disappointing. Maybe a little bit of an extra drop in class will help. The Thursday finale from Aqueduct coming up after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at Naira Bets or download the app today. The nightcap coming up from Belmont at the Big A. Let's head right down to Maggie in the paddock.
And Acacia will check in with number 6, a bold statement, who I think is a viable alternative to your favorite Jet Off. And here as he comes in from Maryland and does get the riding services of Jose Lascano. And I've seen Heavy in Toledo ride very well, but this will not go on his highlight reel. Had a terrible beginning, then just traveled so incredibly wide throughout and rightfully flattened through the lane there. But bold statement paints a lovely picture here in the Aqueduct paddock, especially against this crew here. He's a bigger horse. He's anatomically very correct overall. He's a bit quiet, so I hope that Jose does put him in a forward position, kind of like he was in his first start here at Aqueduct. But now that he's a fitter, more refined individual, he can maintain it because he definitely looks the best here overall. As we'll check in with the outside runner, Rules of the Road. Now he participated in a maiden 25 at Gulfstream. Now there were 3 next time out winners, but none of them were any world beaters, that's for sure. And most would come back and run on the synthetic, getting those wins. Very good looking son of Street Sense, though, incredibly fit here as he does come off a bit of a break since March 1st. He really lacks any sort of early pace, and he's certainly not giving me any indication we're going to see something new from him, as he is very quiet and relaxed in the paddock. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Post parade underway. There's long shot number 1, Noble One, back to the turf. There's your current 3-5 favorite, Jet Off.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that one substantial wager on a horse that was horrendous last time. Might be the speed here. Has run okay going longer, but a tough horse to take a super short price on.
The 3 was a late scratch before coming into the paddock in this race, by the way. There's the 4, Chips and Fish, who gets onto the turf for the first time.
If somebody gets in the way of the too early, this horse is the most likely one to do that, trying the turf for the first time. And has a little bit of pedigree. A little bit.
Yep, and it's by Omaha Beach, who can handle the grass. There's the 5, Dare Defying, also first time on turf.
Crazy price on this horse because the bet on the 2, I think this horse is a major player for, I should say, Kenny McPeak / Jimmy Jerkins coming here to New York with pedigree.
There's a bold statement. Yes, we concur with Maggie on the trip in that race at Laurel.
What a ride that was. The horse did get stayed out at the start and then proceeded to ride the outer rail. By the way, there was a horse I watched the replay of that actually did go to the outer rail at the start. Race, not this one. It was close, though.
There's the 7, Gabaron, who goes back to the grass.
Yeah, the races just weren't any good last fall for Mott.
Now in the Rudy Rodriguez barn, there's Rules of the Road, who, as Maggie said, has absolutely no early speed.
I have no idea why this horse is the second choice in this race. As Maggie said, ran a lower level race already down in Florida, never left the inside, just was picking up pieces at the end. The horse was second back to win one on synth as the 3rd place finisher, the 5th one on dirt. So people, see, here's a good example of a false key race. 3 horses coming back to win, but none of them won on the turf.
Yes.
So I don't know how you would consider that a key race.
Yeah, very good point. Does pick up Manny Franco. We'll see if that helps for Shug McGahee, looking for another win today. 4-1, 7-2 right now. So Jet Off, the favorite. We've discussed how he is a questionable favorite in here. So in your mind, Andy, who are some of the alternatives?
Yeah. Jet Off can win. I don't know how you take a short price on him after his non-performance just a few days ago, where he was massively overbet that day, but he could wire the field. We'll see if the 4 gets in his way. I like the 5 and 6. I like the 5 trying the turf for the first time. Daredevil's a better sprint turf sire, but it's good enough, and there's damn side pedigree for this horse dropping down. But bold statement to me. I can't resist that race. Now, obviously, the 2-year-old form not that good, but I think he improved a lot as a 3-year-old. It just doesn't show in the performance because of the preposterous trip he has. And all of these horses are overlaid because of the money the 2 took, but the way they're betting the 8, you still might get a decent price. I'm mystified to the betting in this race. I do not understand how the 2 is an overwhelming favorite and how the 8 is the clear-cut second choice. To me, that's just crazy.
Even money right now on your favorite, on the number 2, Jet Off. Let's see if he can turn things around coming back quickly. Maggie, what is he showing you off that 6-day turnaround?
Acacia, that he looks as though he can, stack up with these and run a good race, because it's not like his weight is depleted at all. It's not like his energy is off either. And George Weaver actually has very good numbers. I looked up, between 1 and 14 days. So coming back in, that 2-week realm. On the turf, he's 6 for 16 with a 440 ROI. So I thought maybe I wouldn't get any kind of sample at all. And actually, I was surprised that he has done it with 16 horses in the past. So I can't fault him with what I see. The only fault is taking a short price on a horse who absolutely did no running whatsoever as a heavy favorite in his last start. So we'll see. I'm not opposed to him also getting more ground to work with, as he is a bit of a bigger type. So maybe that's what makes him appealing, but not at even money. As we'll move on to the 2 trying the turf for the first time. Chips and Fish actually looks as though he'll handle the turf. As you guys mentioned, does have a bit of pedigree. The dam won her first start on synth, but then her only other start, she ran on the turf and ran a 70 Beyer. So this is her first foal. There's not much other pedigree, but I'm just not sure how far he wants to go. And we'll see, maybe things do heat up, but then, look, Mermaid kind of had the same physical prototype, and she got comfortable on the front end going 2 turns and was able to get the job done, though her credentials looked a little bit better than Chips and Fish does. Number 5, Dare Defying. Actually, I've seen this horse before, but it was not at Oaklawn. It was when he was meant to debut back on August 30th. He was a late vet scratch that day. Did note that while he was, I think, entered to go 6 or 6.5 furlongs, he was a very good-looking horse, and that he would probably need a bit longer. So that's what he's had, but now he gets the turf. I suppose he could like the turf. He's not screaming it, though. There's no proverbial turf hoof. There's no real slack pasterns. He's a good-looking type. We'll see how he fares out there. Can really quick, Acacia, get back to the A-Train discussion? I've lived in New York for 16 years. I took the A-Train one time and one time only. It was last year when I was trying to come back from Pimlico, took the Amtrak, and then the A-Train from Penn Station. I got on the wrong train. Andy helped me out there. But then they stopped service, and I was stranded in the middle of Queens. So for me, the A-Train was a one-and-done deal.
So in other words, because Maggie's a jinx, the answer there is if you find out that Maggie's riding the A-Train, don't ride it because she's a jinx. Well, if you ride the New York subways, you've had nightmare experiences. But the reality is that I would say 1 out of 30 to 50 times there's a bit of an issue. It takes a while to get up. The weekends can be a little tricky with some track work as you get in the city.
Sometimes there was construction, like in the Rockaways, and you have to get off early and then take the bus over. But I remember there was one day I was doing that. I was coming from the city when I was living there, and it stopped. It stopped. Well, I think it stopped at Euclid. It only went that far, or something like that. And so you got off, and I was a little bit concerned where to go because I don't usually take the bus, and especially in Queens. And there were some fans that were from going to Aqueduct as well, and they ran over and they stopped the bus and they said, "Hold the bus! Acacia has to get to Aqueduct." And it was like a peak moment for me.
They did the opposite. They saw me coming and said, "Get the bus out of here."
Closed the doors
Sterling's running for the bus.
Yes, but it was pretty awesome. But I do love the A-Train. Race 8 on the turf coming up next to close out the day. Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin one more time this afternoon.
Gabaron goes in. Rules of the road. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Bold Statement in between horses, and there in the blue cap, that's Chips and Fish. Those two will hook up early as they come out of the chute, and there's Jose Lascano on the front end with Bold Statement, who is making a statement now, is up by a length and a half, almost 2. Chips and Fish is content to be a stalking second, as now they slacken off the pace, and Bold Statement trying to slow things down. Going to try and take them all the way. Chips and Fish is still second. 3 wide, that's Rules of the Road. Dare Defying and Christopher Elliott at the rail. They're saving ground in the 4 spot. Gabarone's to the outside of that rival. Jet Off, the race favorite, is towards the back end of the field, second to last, with Noble One, the trailer. 23.63, the opening quarter mile. Bold Statement is in front. It's Bold Statement, Chips and Fish, and here's an early move, and being asked to do it Gochan Kochakaya now with a big mid-race move is shoving along Noble One and trying to win it right now. It changes the entire complexion of the race. Noble One, an ambitious journey now, 49.37 for the half-mile time. The long shot's taking a chance. Bold Statement is now stalking from second. At the rail, Rules of the Road gets the cue here from Manny Franco. Chips and Fish is back to fourth. Gabarone is in fifth. At the back, Dare Defying, and now Jet Off starts to get rolling as in between horses as Noble One holds a nose advantage. Noble One trying to keep going. Bold Statement, changing the tactics, was on the front end. Now stalking, is within a neck of the leader as they turn for home. Noble One is extending the margin. Noble One is trying to pull off this big upset. Here comes Rules of the Road in between horses, and on the grandstand side, that's Chips and Fish. Chips and Fish is trying to rally on. Rules of the Road in between horses. Noble One is still sticking in there. Rules of the Road, Noble One. What are we watching here? Photo. Noble One to the inside, Rules of the Road. Chips and Fish finishing fourth was Dare Defying. What did we just see?
That's a great question, Chris. It was a bizarre race with a big middle move on the number one, Noble One, at 30-1 to take over the lead, and then he actually came back to get the win in that photo finish.
First of all, how was he only 30-1? I think it was 50 when we first started talking race. He should have been 1,000-1. I agree with Chris. I don't know what we just saw here. I mean, this is a horse that has absolutely no chance on paper. Got an insane ride. I mean, literally insane. And looked to be getting swallowed up by the whole field. And apparently, I don't know, may have lost the bob. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
I thought watching it live, he got the bob.
Yeah, we'd have to watch the actual slow-mo of the race. This is not a good angle to see. I'm sorry. I don't know why we're showing this. We're not going to be able to tell watching this. I'm sorry.
So Rules of the Road, the 8 right there, between horses. He was with the number one, Noble One, noses up and down.
Can we show Can we show a real running up near the wire? Yeah, because
yep, we're working on it. As the 4, Chips and Fish was right there as well. He didn't really kind of kick on late, but the 6, Bold Statement, went to the front end, as we'll watch it here, and then an odd middle move. We all were kind of looking at each other saying, what's going on, as Noble One went over to the lead, and then whether he got beat or not, he was incredibly game.
I think the 8 might have, it's either a dead heat or the 8, either it's a dead heat or the 8 got the bob. Wow. I'm not going to give the 6 any excuse. Jose rode properly. He let this horse go. He went outside. He couldn't finish. 5 tried to come inside. His move was stalled. What the 2 was doing at the back of the pack early is a little beyond me, but then again, no surprise.
Yeah, seemed was an aggressive ride from the 4, Chips and Fish going forward. The 6, Bold Statement went forward, and then the 2, Jet Off, was just kind of taken back from there, and he never picked up his feet from that point at all. Tight photo finish between the number 1, Noble One, the long shot inside, and the number 8, Rules of the Road.
I'm going to say it's probably a dead heat, but the 8 might have gotten it. If you bet the 1, I hope you cash. You bet a horse like this, I hope you cash.
Yeah.
And at least for Kokakaya, he sensed the pace was slow and did something about it. Not the ride I would want my rider to give a horse, but give him credit. We have a lot of guys. I mean, the fact that Jet Off, who was absurdly overbet, was back towards last early is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. No surprise, but the 1, I don't know if it's a dead heat or not, though. It's a dead heat.
It is a dead heat. A dead heat between the 1, Noble One, at 30-1 and the 8, Rules of the Road, at 2-1. Crazy race here. By the way, the 8 and the 4 both claimed out of this race. It was 1-8 in a dead heat, 1-8 in a dead heat, 4-5 in race 8. So dead heat, just to add to the craziness of this race.
Let's give Manny a little credit for getting Rules of the Road, who's never had any speed, a lot closer in this race. And he played a role here. If you bet the 1, I feel like you deserve to get the whole thing at 30-1, but at least you got something.
Dead heat in race 8, prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We have race 6 at Horseshoe Indie coming up. Dramatically changed coming off the turf.
Yeah, right now the 9's 1-2 and the 10 is 8-5. It's almost 100% sure the 8 will be the favorite, but when the race goes off, that horse is an overwhelming favorite in all bets. It's probably between the 10 and 5.
Moving towards the gate, let's check in quickly with Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're going straight there, I guess. So I'll just tell you my top selection with the scratches. Every single horse that I had this morning is out of this race. So, I mean, you guys just said it. Changed the landscape completely. The 10, Cher Armia. This one, I like her and a lot because I look for her to settle in during the early part of the race. She can be flexible as well, it seems like. So maybe with the finish, she can kind of decide what she wants to do. She's going back to 2 turns, but I like that 2 back, second by a neck. Let's send it to John for the call here for our 6th race at Horseshoe Indie. John?
Low Moon has joined Shadoni. Now Vincent Chamonix with Marble Arch. 3-5 on Marble Arch. 2 back, Fernando de la Cruz with Cheramia. At 1 mile and 70 yards, 1 more, Mitchell Merle. First-time starter, Beth's Vengeance, the daughter of Vino Rosso. This 102 taken off the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast track under sunny skies. Here's Beth's Vengeance. Marble Arch, 4-5 favorite. They're in the gate. I'm still waiting here now for Beth's Vengeance, still backing away. All in, and we're ready now. And they're off. The 4-year-old newcomer, Beth's Vengeance, was a bit slow to go. Toward the inside, there's Marble Arch. Out toward the front for Vincent Chamonix from a close-up Cheramia. Nearest the inside is Shadoni, with on the outside Beth's Vengeance, who's in the 3-4 path, and then behind fillies, Low Moon is dropped back toward last. The leader here is Marble Arch. An easy lead this for Marble Arch, who leads them to the back of the track with Fernando de la Cruz. Jeremia follows the leader. Then on the outside, Best Vengeance is vying for third with Shidoni, who holds the rail there for Pedro Pena. And into the hands of Rodney Prescott. Low Moon is last to the 5. The opening quarter in 24.28 seconds, making this backstretch run, and there's Jeremia up to take the lead from Marble Arch, second at the inside as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Mitchell Morrill and Best Vengeance is running in third. Low Moon in fourth, and Shidoni is dropped back to last. They make their way into the far turn, half mile, 48.40 seconds. Jeremia leads Marble Arch. On the outside, Low Moon now making steady progress to 3 furlongs from home. Beth's Vengeance is running second to last, and Shidoni trails them. Just inside 3 furlongs to go, and here comes Low Moon. Low Moon is launching right now for Rodney Prescott. Fernando de la Cruz and Jeremia responding to the pressure of Low Moon as these maiden fillies turn for home. Marble Arch is back in third. Shidoni and Beth's Vengeance tailed off after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 13.17 seconds, these two fillies square off. 1 furlong to go, and Low Moon has gained the advantage now over Jeremia as they come past the 16th. Marble Arch has been left back in third with Rodney Prescott. It's Low Moon. Low Moon has scored the winning run by 3.5 from Jeremia with another silver medal, and Marble Arch finished third well clear.
Low Moon with the victory had run some fast enough races on the dirt before switching to synthetic in the last couple of starts, and she ran back to those today.
Yeah, there were 2 horses in this race with any dirt form whatsoever. This horse actually had the fastest dirt races in general, was more of a dirt horse. Did come down from 7-1 to 2-1 last flash, and as we said, the 10 would end up a substantial favorite. All that early money on the 9, not really a dirt horse.
And they took it down already, but you saw that photo at Aqueduct between the 1 Noble 1 and the number 8 Rules of the Road, the dead heat in a wild way to wrap up the day.
And I don't care what you get for the dead heat and your payoff of the 8. You got lucky because you got every single part of the bob against a horse who had a crazy trip and won the dead heat. Crazy.
Between 2-1 and 30-1. What a way to wrap up the card on this Thursday during the Belmont at the Big A meet. Andy, it's been fun.
Pleasure as
always. Thank you very much for joining us today. We saw some pretty exciting finishes, that's for sure. And coming up this weekend, we have a lot to look forward to as well, including Growth Equity in the Peter Pan, trying to punch his ticket onto the Belmont Stakes on Saturday. But first, maybe talk to me, Jimmy, horse that already won here at the Big A and knows he likes 2 turns. Trendsetter, the upset winner of the Lexington last time out, also a player, will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. on America's Day at the Races. Good night, everyone.